Testicles, test, test. Hello, hello. Good morning, chat. Ah. What's up, chat? Sorry. I'm here. Hello. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. I believe it is. How's everybody doing today? I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna be real and honest. Good morning, everyone. Gold and above in a Valo. You know what's so interesting? I was gonna show y'all this morning, but Valorant is down, right? I wanted to not to lose my gold status, but I wanted to play Valorant yesterday, so I decided to play on my alt, and my alt was ranked silver 1. Right, my alt was ranked silver 1, and so what I did was I played on my alt for the first game. I played as Cypher because I never played as Sentinels. And it gave me 45 RR, like 45 RR. It shot me from silver 1 to silver 2 to silver 3, and like to like half of silver 3 with one game, my placement game on my alt. And I was like, that's crazy. That's wild. Sorry, I rolled over my blanket, my comfort blanket that I keep around me. Anyway, and so I'm about to have 2 accounts that are gold. You know, your boy is a certified gold gamer, platinum incoming for sure, for sure. On God no cap, for real, for real. But yeah, that's separate. How's everybody doing today? Hello. I hope you all are well. We do have some things to talk about, some news to cover. There's the US's reaction to the massacre in Rafah, which is basically like, what massacre? There's no massacre. Nothing's going on at all. What's it's nothing bad happened at all. It was just a little wee mistake. And then we have the All Eyes on Rafah Instagram like Instagram trend thing that has kind of sparked a lot of discourse. Did Hassan talk about it yesterday? The All Eyes on Rafah thing? The AI post? Yes. No? I just thought it was weird because I saw like a couple of hot twit accounts. You know what I mean? A couple of hot twit accounts talking about it specifically. I was wondering if Hassan talked about it. But I have thoughts, so we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna look at it, see what's going on there. And if we have time, there is some juicy, I tell you, TikTok discourse drama. About this one TikTok creator who, like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's so weird. But we can talk about that as well. So what is our oyster, chat? And by our oyster, I mean our crab legs, whatever. I don't know. Like Hassan's chat Ninja Level Up yesterday was pissed him off multiple times. Yeah, I was around because I think I was playing what was I playing yesterday? I was trying to find some game to play. I think I was playing Valorant. But I tried to like find some game. Like I beat Hades, so that was nice. If I beat it, I mean, um I, you know, escaped for the first time with one weapon. And that's me beating it. Um but yeah, I saw the chat was in emote only mode, and then I went in my Discord to ask what was going on, and apparently people were yapping about the AI voice that he was using to read an article while he was eating. There's a whole thing. I don't think it's like relevant enough to like talk about, honestly. It's just chat being kind of cringe, which chat often does. And that's okay sometimes. You know? Using AI voice for Rust. Oh, was that it? No, no, he was using AI voice to read an article while he was eating. It's okay. Okay, I have questions. Was chat mad because it was AI? Chat was like, AI, how dare you? Or was it like, because I saw chat was like being like, you know, I don't know actually. No, it was hard to comprehend. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Uh, was it AI just TTS? I mean, TTS is AI, not like generative AI, but it's AI nonetheless. I do think AI is a wide brush we paint things with, but TTS definitely is AI. Um, because it's not robotic, everybody started spamming. What is this emote? Oh, the body emote, and it got annoying. It's fair. I get it at the same time. I get why people get upset about it. I think chat was just being a little bit cringe, in my opinion. Just being like, streamer, streamer, streamer. I can't hear. I can't understand it. Right? Even though the words were also on the screen and they could also read if they so chose to. Um, you know what I mean? You need AI to classify what is not AI. True. I think that the issue is when you see a lot of some comments, if you don't put attention to it, it goes. I disagree. I disagree. Because chat as an entity on Twitch, just in general, just thinks that they're like they will spam the same message continuously, right? Even if it's the most innocuous, like milk toast, random, like basic normie message, they will like spam it and like at the streamer, at streamer, at streamer, at streamer. Read my last message, at streamer, right? Chat thinks that they're like the most important person um in the in the chat at the time. So I don't think it will go away. You feel me? He was upset that people were focusing on the AI instead of Israel's atrocities it was reading. I mean, this is actually that's a great point. Here, let me open up my Chatterino in my Chrome. So I want to talk about this point because it kind of leads directly into um it leads directly into what we're talking about today. You know what I mean? Where's that message at? Here. Right? It leads kind of directly into what we were talking about. We're going to talk about today, and that's about the All Eyes on Rafah Instagram story trend thing. I hate calling everything a trend, but I don't know a better word for it. That got a lot of people mad, or like got a lot of people upset. Um, I think this is a fad. That's basically a trend. Um, but I think it's an interesting conversation that I want to talk about. Um, because I do think it highlights just how much even people who do care about like Palestinian lives um will seek any and everything to, I don't say distract themselves, but because it is such a, you know, it's such a like sad is even a good word for it, right? It's so devastating, right? It's such, especially if you consistently, right, you're seeing the you know the burned bodies of children, the decapitated heads of children, the like families being slaughtered by, horrific is a better word, yes, families being slaughtered by like, you know, Israeli bombing. You're gonna, you know, take any and every opportunity to, you know, I don't know what the good word is. You know what I'm talking about though, right? It's going to be, it's very easy to be like, oh, something else is happening over there. Okay, let's talk about that instead now, please. Right? Instead of actually dealing with the horrific ramifications of the actual, you know, main cause. Right? I don't know if distract themselves is like the best way of framing it, just because it's not like directly like, you know what I mean? It's more like subconscious. Um, you know what I mean? It's more a subconscious thing. And so, I mean, I get it. I do that as well, right? And where it's a lot easier for me to be like, oh yeah, TikTokers are bad and they're kind of cringe, instead of, you know, I mean, obviously I can't like show you the burned bodies of the children, like obviously so. But it's a lot easier for me mentally to be like, okay, let's talk about something that's like tangentially related to Palestine. So I'm still spreading awareness, so that we don't have to harp on just how horrific it is, because like we know how horrific it is, right? But I think that's a little bit different than like the Instagram trend itself, where like people who've been like purposefully disengaging with any Palestine related content, right? Turning around, I was like, okay, an AI generated image that I don't have to look at and be sad about, that my tax money is directly funding. Well, yeah, sign me up. All eyes on Rafah. I'll share this image, right? I'm helping. I'm spreading awareness, even though I've been purposefully ignoring the plight of Palestinians for the last 8 months. Right, this is something I can get behind because it doesn't make me feel as bad. Right, I think dissociate is probably a better word that I was looking for there. Right, the way they're posting AI images. Yes, there's one AI image that here I'll just I'll show you. I think Asana is a good way of explaining stuff like this. The stuff isn't for us, it's for normies and our parents. Yes, but it doesn't mean that it's not necessarily not harmful. You feel me? Or that it can't be better, right? And so I do agree with that. I do understand, right? Here, we'll get to the actual video and then we'll talk about it from this. So you may be asking what's going on? What is all eyes on Rafah? What's like, what does that even mean? Basically, on Instagram, there's this thing, that a feature that Instagram added a couple of years ago, where if somebody adds something to your story that is basically a part of a trend, you can click one button and add it to your story as well. And Instagram will track just how many people had added one thing uh, to their story, right? Wait, what? No shot. No shot. Did they take down the search? That's insane. No shot. 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 I do not believe that. I was looking at it like 15 minutes ago. Okay, no, it's still there on my phone, but I can't search for it on my computer. Right? But if I search for, gosh darn it, where's this one? All eyes on you, Rafah. This comes up, right? But if you look up all eyes on Rafah, there's no results found. What if you just search Rafah? Yeah, okay, you get stuff. I should probably not look it up on main. But you like all eyes on Rafah is not it. They are limiting posts for that tag specifically. That's insane. That's insane. Anyway, so basically what the thing was, maybe I can find it on Google or something instead of on Instagram specifically. Right? It was this image. It was this image, right? That people were posting on their Instagram stories to like show support for Rafah. I'm finding difficult convincing my parents and others just because my mother finds the images being very triggering, which I understand, but it puts me up too. But it makes me wonder why we wouldn't be more upset about it and against our government's actions on it. Like, I'm not saying you have to. But you mean it's not real? No, it's not real, not at all. I think you're memeing, right? Though. Um, but I'm not saying you have to like stare at the images of like burned babies' bodies or whatever, right? But there is a conversation to have around the palpability of why this has been shared 4.3 million times on Instagram as opposed to the actual footage of, you know, on the ground of Rafah that like Palestinians have to like hold up their dead children to the camera to be like, this is what they're doing to us, and why we in the West have the privilege to be like, I don't want to see that, right? All eyes on Rafah. I'll look at this picture though. What you want me to see, Palestinians? I'm not looking at that. It's too sad for me, right? But I will share this AI generated photo of what's supposed to be long lines of tents. You know what I mean? And I think there's kind of like at its core, what it is privilege, right? It is privilege to be able to turn your eyes away from the actual atrocities that our government are like funding and facilitating and perpetuating, right? While the like, you know, Palestinian people are like, are having to hold up their dead children to try to get people to care about it, right? Because at the core, nobody's cared. Palestinian babies have been dying since before October 7th, and nobody cared. And it was only until people have seen it on their feeds that like you see like Brianna Wu being like, okay, maybe this is too far now, right? And other sockdowns being like, yeah, Hamas is bad, being like, all right, we need to step in and we need to do something about this. You know what I mean? The problem is when people always find a negative to a net positive action first before doing anything else. But I mean, it's still worthy of criticism, right? Because it's still privilege at its core. This is Western privilege. at its core. When Palestinians are like, I'm holding up my dead child to show you what Israel is doing, and you having the privilege to turn yourself away from that because it's too sad for you, right? That is privilege. And that is worthy of criticism. Same people who are keen on tempering their views on Hezbollah to achieve some kind of naive centrism. Remember chauvinism, but if chauvinism gets Normans invested, then I don't know. I mean, but like, yeah, we can sit here and be like, yeah, it's good for the Palestinian movement. But again, think about what Palestinians themselves are doing, right? And I see a footage of a father holding his like dead, like 4-year-old, no more than 4-year-old daughter, right? And walking with her and holding her up to the camera because he wants to show the world what is going on so other children aren't dying. And I don't think we in the West have a right to be like, all right, this is kind of too sad for us here. We're gonna tailor our expectations and we're gonna kind of keep that over there into the sad corner of the internet, and we're only gonna talk about this because this is palatable and this is like, you know, normal and chill, right? So I'm not saying that like you should like harass people who post this or whatever, right? But it's truly important to understand why something like this is getting the amount of play that it does when like the actual footage coming out of like Gaza or coming out of Rafah is not like aren't being posted to the same degree. You feel me? And that's my point. It's important to analyze that. Again, I'm not saying that this is not useful because I have seen people who've never posted about Palestine post all eyes on Rafah, right? And I do think that that is a good thing, right? But it's important for us as leftists, as the people who are supposedly listening to Palestinians, and it's our job to, you know, get their message out there to people, right? To ensure that people's activism don't stop here, right? That doesn't stop at this. Of course, it's privilege who wants to look at pics of dead, charred, beheaded babies. I mean, nobody wants to, right? But Palestinians are trying to show this to us. They are going out of their way to like withhold their grieving to show us as the world, this is what Israel is doing. You know what I mean? And I think that we, as people who claim to care about Palestinian rights and liberation, have a right not to like, you know, to be like, oh, look at this dead baby. That's what like Zionists do. Look at this dead baby. You're gonna look at it and you enjoy it or whatever. You know what I mean? But we have a right to make sure that the Palestinians' voices are heard and that we are not directly neutering what they're saying just to make it palpable for Western audiences, right? To me, that feels disrespectful to Palestinians. It's disrespectful to me. To be Palestinian and see this as what is being shared and used to advocate for you instead of what's been happening for months must be demoralizing. Yes. This is the kind of messaging in place that really softens the image of genocide. Yeah. It is the black square, right? Like it's just like exactly what the black square is, right? This isn't like artists who sign the ceasefire message or whatever, because I think that's beneficial and that's useful. This isn't like celebrities who come out and like, you know, or creators who join Create for Palestine. That's useful, right? This is quite literally taking up all of the post space on Instagram for Palestinians to actually share their messaging, right? For this, again, AI generated image of something that's not even going on in Rafah. You feel me? It's quite literally the black square again. Simply the Atlantic article defending legal child killing. That's actually not even the most remotely surprising if you're familiar with the Atlantic and the type of garbage that they post. There was something else I saw that I agree with is gross on the grounds that you don't need to use AI when there's real pictures. out there of Gaza that can be used without showing the death and mutilation. It's really what matters to people that do this. It doesn't help use fake images, especially when Israel continues to try to put this idea that Palestine uses Bollywood. Yes, but what I did before I started streaming is I looked into the person who first posted this image, and it doesn't feel like he did it like maliciously. It feels like he's actually trying to get more eyes on Rafah, right? Which is why I'm not going to harp on like directly saying that it's like a, you know, a malicious thing. But I do agree. Also, media outlets have no problem circulating footage of self-immolation incident. It's not exactly the same, but I don't think the true problem is as simple as not wanting to show the effects of violence and destruction, but rather not wanting to face or recognize who it's happening to. I think it's fair as well. This image is the first post about Palestine I saw for some people, and it's depressing. It's just at its core, what it is that a lot of people want to not be like on the frontier, if that makes sense. They don't want to be the first person to be like, I'm speaking up for Palestine. They don't want to lose friends. They don't want to lose family. They don't want to lose connection. They don't want to lose their job. Right. And so they wait until it is a trend. They wait until it is palpable to, you know, the wider society to come out and be like, oh, right, I also support Palestine. And I understand that, right? And I get that. You know what I mean? Like I get it, especially with the propaganda that's been perpetuated consistently. I understand why you would be at that point, right? And I'm all for letting people, you know, have a win, right? I'm glad you're here now. I'm not gonna chastise you for like not speaking up. I don't agree with that either, right? But it is important to recognize with this image specifically why people are only starting to speak up now and why this is the particular image that they are choosing to share as well. I agree with the criticism completely. My problem is that people who always find a negative, it's like the same people who hate on celebrities for posting about Palestine now because it's too late. It feels unserious. I don't disagree that there are people like that, right? I don't disagree that people do operate as a way to be like, I told you so leftist, right? You know what I mean? But I also disagree with the idea that like you have to like, you know, start jerking off celebrities because like they're talking about Palestine, right? Because that goes back to the idea of like performative like white allyship and how when white people started talking about the same thing that black people talked about during the BLM, they were the people who got all the play. They were the people who got all the attention and all the notoriety, if you will. Not that it's like particularly about notoriety, but that's just the case. And I don't think that it's necessarily fair. Doesn't really matter here, but I don't think that it's necessarily fair that like Palestinians have been consistently going out of the way to ensure that their voices are heard. But even here with this, their voices are still not being heard. Right? That's my problem with this. I don't have a problem with celebrities speaking out for Palestine now. I'm not going to yell at freaking I don't know, who's someone who just spoke up? I actually don't know. Billie Eilish for like wearing a ceasefire pin and that's all she did or whatever, right? Like I am a huge proponent of not centering celebrities in like activism in general, right? But my problem with this specifically is that this is not Palestinian voices being heard. It's people, maybe not necessarily in the West, but mostly people in the West, right? Being like, I know what's best for Palestinians. I'm not going to amplify your voice. Instead, I'm going to show people what I think they want to see. Right? And I think that that is directly disrespectful to Palestinians and Palestinian messaging. Would you say it's self-serving? 100%. It's virtue signaling. Right? Not necessarily all virtue signaling is bad. It's still more people talking about Palestine, which is like 100% more than it was even like a year ago. And I can acknowledge that. And I can also acknowledge it as a good thing. right? But I can also acknowledge that it is at its core virtue signaling. This is virtue signaling. Not saying people who post this don't care about Palestine, but instead trying to contextualize why they're posting this and why they won't post, you know, about the actual atrocities that, you know, Palestinians have been faced with, about the genocide, the bombing of hospitals, the bombing of universities, the bombing of, like, you know, refugee camps outside of, you know, like 2 days ago. We said that people who post a donation link are different than people who post this image. Yes, 100%, night and day. Night and day. I think if people were more likely to post, like, even if you post this image, if you post donation links and drive people traffic directly to donation links, I think I don't have a problem with you at all. I have no problem with you at all. My problem is that people let this be the pinnacle of their activism, right? It's, oh, I've done something for Palestinians by posting this AI generated image. Like, genuinely take a step back and think about what this image does. Chat. Who is this informing about what's going on in Rafah? What is this about? This tells you nothing. Somebody who's like clicking through your Instagram stories and sees all eyes on Rafah, they're like, I don't know what that is. And they keep clicking. How is that better than like sharing an infographic, right? About these is how many Palestinians have been murdered. How is that better than, I'm not even saying show like the actual, you know, like violence that has happened, the gore, right? But like, you can't let this be the pinnacle of your activism because you're not teaching anybody anything, right? Like, for the layman who might have went their entire 9 months, 8 months, not knowing anything about Palestine, right? What does Rafah mean to them? You feel me? There's no Palestinian flags. There's no like Palestinian people. It doesn't show anything about Palestine. There's like no connection to Palestine besides the word Rafah. It's an AI generated image. It doesn't, like, you know, it doesn't mean anything. And that's my main problem with this. AI issues aside, there isn't any follow-up or way to direct people to actual activist issues. This the post stops at this post. And even past that, right? This post clogs up the tag on Instagram for actual activists, who people on the ground in Palestine. You feel me? If you don't understand what's actually happening, you're more likely to accept vague promises and compromises than actual solutions. This is why it matters that this image being shared blindly does not truly give any information on the reality of the problem. They will fold after the next picky square. It'll stop. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually 100% correct. And what Israel's been doing consistently. It's, like, we promised we won't invade Rafah. And guess what they did? They invaded Rafah. So if you don't know anything and your activism starts and stops with not listening to actual Palestinians, but posting this image that you saw, like Becky post, who went to your high school, right? When Israel comes out and keeps, you know, and invades Rafah, but like, oh no, Hamas is there. Look at this AI generated image of Hamas killing a baby. You're gonna fall for that propaganda. You're gonna be like, huh? Maybe they do need to invade Rafah, right? If they're killing babies and if Hamas is killing babies, you know, maybe they you know what I mean? Lutendo, thank you for the tier 1, much appreciated. The path least resistance infographics you need to read and actually learn. Nobody will look at that, and AI image, anyone can look at it and be like, it's maybe a good thing to repost. Yeah, which is crazy because like I tailor all of my activism around making things easy for people. But like, it's like the weirdest, like, low effort things that go viral sometimes. Like, honestly, when I first saw this chat, I thought they were trucks. I thought they were supposed to be aid trucks. You know what I mean? It's in the least smart way possible. What do you propose for pushing people further in? I mean, I guess it depends on like where they are originally, right? Like, if you have like a direct line with somebody, like if they're your friend, you just have a conversation with them and you explain to them like what's going on. What do you mean by all eyes on Rafah? You feel me? They are no, they're supposed to be tents. It's a surface level trend, but I think it's still a good thing because messaging is getting out there. I mean, sure, right? But I've never been one to like advocate for something being like a good thing or a beneficial, and more analyzing things from a leftist perspective. How can we as leftists get their point across better than this? You know what I mean? That's what my position is. I'm not saying like you need to like yell at people who post this image, right? But more, how do we navigate political issues in a way that would make sure that this doesn't happen again for the next issue, right? You would think that we would have learned from BLM to not take up tag space on Instagram. Right? You would think we would have learned this, but we have not. We haven't. And people are still doing it. Aaron is a terrible choice for a picture. Again, I don't think the person who made this like thought anything more than like it was gonna stay within their sphere. You know what I mean? It was gonna stay within their 30 followers or whatever. I don't think they expected anything to like them for it to be used for like actual activism purposes. You feel me? I 100% agree. Though one additional point I would make is that I think what makes this unique from the Black Square is the fear and the risk of posting about Palestine. While it does not educate people, it's likely it's giving people more courage to talk and post about Palestine because the image has gone viral amongst normies, aren't politically engaged and vocal. But clearly, like you said, it's much better forms of activism. I would disagree that it's different. That's what BLM was, right? BLM was also a taboo issue as well, not to be talked about until people were like, you know, I'm putting a black fist on my face. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't to the same level, but it was very similar. Right? But then again, look at where that got us for BLM. I think Palestine is different because it's going from like 1% support to like 40% support, which is still better. But it's still very similar to the way that BLM operated. Because again, as one chatter said, and how it's pretty harmful, right? Is not only is it like it's not like innocuous, but like when you don't truly understand what's going on, the people who are posting are gonna flip, right? Once the American enterprise, other Western powers come together and actually figure out their messaging, they're gonna flip. Once America's gonna be like, oh, actually, Hamas is actually super bad now. And they're actually more bad than they were on October 7th. So we actually need to go in and, you know, take them out 100%. You know what I mean? That's what happened with BLM, right? Yes, 100%. People who posted the Black Square were saying that we need to fund the police. Like literally the same people who posted the Black Square were the same people who were saying, actually, police need more training. We need to fund the police more so they get trained more. Were they on the side of the left? I guess. They thought that there were problems with the police, right? But the conclusions that they came to were ones that directly harmed the communities that they claimed to advocate for. And my only problem is that that's what's going to happen with this. People who are posting all eyes on Rafah, right? Posting this image, people who don't really care about like Palestine, right? Are going to take compromises on behalf of Palestinian people, right? To be like, you know what? Maybe we do need a two-state solution, right? And that's we're gonna be fine there. You know what, Palestinians, you guys need to accept this two-state solution, right? They're going to enter this space commandeer it and then start advocating on behalf of Palestinians, because we have shown that they do not care what Palestinians have to say. That they are more likely to make an AI image about Rafah instead of actually, pushing out the footage that Palestinians want to show us. Who's to say that, 7 months down the line, when we're actually getting to the phase of actionable change, that they will not take compromises and advocate for compromises on the behalf of Palestinian people? Does that make sense? That's my main issue when it comes to this. My main issue. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm not saying that it's horrific or that it's, we're better off without them. Some people will say that, and I don't agree with that, right? But I'm saying that once you make it so that this is your level of activism and you stop there, right, it will lead to harmful things for the marginalized communities that you claim to support in the long run. And that's my problem. That's my issue. I think this image is marginally better than the black square only because 90% of Americans don't know where Rafah is. It's still lazy, but I'm sure it's moved some people. I mean, no, I that's what the black square did as well, right? And I'm not moving on that point. The black square did that as well. You think that the liberal, wine moms whose daughters were posting the black square cared about BLM before their daughter was like, you know what, black people deserve to live or whatever? I think that the black square also moved some people. But the problem is that is where the activism for BLM stopped, and it was entirely co-opted, and we've gotten nothing in return. And what my fear is that that's where we're going to get for Palestine too. Now, again, that will still be a step up from where Palestine was. I will 100% admit that, right? But I want to catch this before it gets to that point, so we don't have a repeat of BLM. We don't have BLM 2.0. And that it doesn't become a trend. It doesn't become a fad. And people move on and stop caring. Or even worse, start advocating for the other side. You know what I mean? I think it's silly to have an issue with, but I agree that it doesn't really accomplish anything. It indicates that more people are coming around. I disagree for the reason why I just said. Even though they're late to the party, it's good that they show up. I disagree. Just because it can also be, this can be harmful. This can be a harmful thing that happens. You disagree with Hassan's take on it? I understand why Hassan has the take that he does, right? And I don't necessarily disagree with his take, right? In that, again, for celebrities, I think yelling at celebrities because it took too long or whatever, I think that's dumb. And I think that that's unproductive, right? But I'm more analyzing why the reasoning for or the way that they chose AI images, the underlying reasoning behind that, whether it's subconscious or implicit, right, can be harmful for Palestinians in the long run. You know what I mean? And how we have a case study for how bad and how poor, if we let this continue in this way, it can turn out for the marginalized people, right? That's my point. You know what I mean? That's my point. Problem is not the related parties. Problem is that it's disconnected from the actual victims and that just abstract thing to share instead of something to spur material change. Yes. That's my point. Exactly. This does not feel like we are centering Palestinian victims. That's why I draw issue with this. Right? Especially when Palestinians are going out of their way to show us through social media, because again, mainstream media are not going to show us actual images from Rafah. Palestinians are trying to get us to see through social media what is going on, right? And so instead of looking at what Palestinians are trying to show to us, we are blasting out this fake image that doesn't tell us anything, right? I think that is poor. I think that is poor. I think that it's blatantly disrespectful to the Palestinian people when they are holding up the bodies of their dead children up to the camera to be like, this is what they're doing to us. And somebody made the conscious effort to be like, I see that. But what if I make a fake picture and I share this fake picture instead? Because it makes me feel not very bad. You know what I mean? That's my take. Right? That's my take. Here, let's watch this video. And again, I do stand on it's not useful to yell at people who are posting this, right? It's not like beneficial to the cause to yell at people who are posting this. I will stand on that as well, right? But it doesn't mean that it's not, right, to some degree harmful, right? It is not worthy of criticism. And why we as leftists need to find out how we can take this energy and refocus it on to centering Palestinian victims, right? That's my point. You know what I mean? It's such a difficult subject because obviously the best solution is to advocate for one secular democratic state, but a two-state solution would give Palestinians some kind of legitimate voice on the international stage. It might be the best that we can do in 2030. It doesn't matter what we think is the best we can do. That's the point. What matters is what Palestinians want to advocate for. And if they say no two-state solution, we're not advocating for a two-state solution. It's not my job to be like, this is what's best for you, Palestinians, and you're going to like it, and you're going to enjoy it. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to use my voice to then educate people who don't know anything about Gaza, about anything about Palestine, to be like, all right, Palestinians want this, but this is actually what we're going to advocate for, because they don't know what they want actually. You know what I mean? That to me is also blatantly disrespectful. When negatively polarize people against Palestinians, if you attack people for using the image, be smart. Another point on this is that I think it's going to be interesting to see, right? And this is my biggest fear is what's going to happen, is that when you have like this mass mobilization of support for Palestine without the educational aspects, what's I think is going to hurt the movement overall, because there's no education on this, is the entire like way that like media is framing Hamas. You know what I mean? Because I do not doubt that a lot of people who are posting this, right, are not yet prepared to like defend their position when somebody brings up Hamas, right? And so you have no education of like the past 76 years and the history of like, you know, Palestinian expulsion, you know, settlers stealing Palestinian like houses and land and such. And so my fear is that people who are posting this, who claim to be, you know, for Palestine, are then going to immediately turn around and then both sides it, because again, they're getting all their information from Instagram memes instead of actually doing the work themselves. You know what I mean? So when it starts a discourse on this, it brings attention away from Palestine itself, because people think talking about the AI image is more important. I agree with that to a certain extent. It's okay not know the answers in the moment, but honestly, you're talking about that and work to learn more, educate others. Yeah. Here, let's watch this video. Because I think this video makes some points. Not that I fully agree with the way that it's characterized, but I think it is interesting at least.
I need to say something about the image behind me that you guys aren't gonna like. If you think this is the pinnacle of activism, log out for me. If this is genuinely the first time that you have posted or shared anything on your social media account about what's going on in Palestine and your country's complicity in it, thanks for finally posting. I guess it is never too late. But the fact that you decided to go for an AI image is insane to me. I'm operating from the belief system that everyone is aware about what's going on, and if you were choosing not to be informed, you are like clicking past stuff and deliberately not looking at it because it is everywhere. But the fact that the thing that has broken through the Instagram is a fucking AI image, this isn't even of Rafah. It's not even obvious that these are tents. There is no clue in this about what happened. I believe infographics are brilliant ways to get information condensed. You don't know anything from this image. You don't know that they dropped 2,000-pound bombs on civilians, that their bodies were literally charred and burnt alive. By comparison, I've seen lots of people sharing this. This is a personal account of a mother. It immediately centers what happened to Palestinians. The fact that it's an AI image and it's a trend and like 19 million people have added it, and it doesn't detail anything that happened or any images or like anything of substance. Anything, really. 6 children couldn't even fit in a tent, and they came back and they were ash. She continued to carry them and cuddle them and kiss them. Her entire world is lost. And people have been messaging me being like, don't discourage people from joining, and I don't want to discourage you. I just think if this is it, share more, do more, join a protest, share different infographics. An AI image cannot be it for you. I'm believing in you.
Right. And so the underlying points of this video, I do agree with. I do think the one thing I draw issue with is with this part right here.
And your country's complicity in it. Genuinely the first time that you activism, log out. Do you think this is the pinnacle of activism? Log out for me. If this is genuinely the first time that you have posted or shared anything on your social media account about what's going on in Palestine and your country's complicity in it, thanks for finally posting. I guess it is never too late. But the fact that you decided to go for an AI image.
Right. This is the part that I draw an issue with, right? Because is it useful? This part right here. Is this part useful? It feels to me like virtue signaling in a similar way that the image is as well, right? It feels like, well, thanks for finally being here, but I was here the entire time. Like, thank you, I guess. Cool. That's not the point.
Of activism, log out for me. If this is genuinely the first time that you have posted or shared anything on your social media account.
Being condescending won't work on normies. She sort of is. The message is solid, but yeah, that wasn't necessary. It feels weird. Right? Which is the same way that people act about celebrities and the same way people acted about creators. Right? In that you're like, thanks for finally being here, and it took you too long to get here, which we can have a conversation about that's not like, like directly condescending. In her defense, I think she's angry and added an unnecessary comment. I mean, I don't care what her defense is. I'm explaining what it is. Like, I don't care how she feels. It's just what I'm explaining what it is. You can be angry, but it's still a bad thing. And it's still worthy of criticism. Right? Like you can defend people who posted this image. Yeah, they're ill-informed, right? But it's good that they're, showing support. Still can reward their criticism. It's still a bad thing. You feel me? Yeah, I have wrong info. Wasn't the image created so people could post, bring awareness without getting destroyed by the algorithm? No, that's stupid. I don't think it's like trying to get around the algorithm or whatever. Right, it was posted. You know what I mean? It was posted because somebody thought it was like, oh, I can make an AI image about, Palestine, and then it will work. Bada bing, bada boom. I don't think there was thought behind this. That's my take. I don't think there was thought behind this, right? And it just happened to take off because, algorithm. You feel me? I agree. This is why UCLA protesters only allow other media liaisons to speak to the press. Yeah. They're literally limitless real images actually convey real info about what's happening. I think it's more useful, instead of focusing on why the image was created, to instead look at why the image is being posted so much. And that's where I think she is correct. Right? I think she's right with her analysis. It's being posted, right, for like what I said as well, because the actual images make people look sad and it make them feel bad, and they don't like looking at images like that, which is fair and right. I don't like looking at images like that either, right? But I understand that this is what Palestinians want us to see, right? And I'll go back to what I said before. They literally stop grieving, right? They don't allow themselves to grieve so that they can show us what is happening in Palestine. They see the dead bodies of their parents, of their children, of their nieces, of their nephews, of their aunts, of their uncles, of their cousins. And they show us, in that moment of pain and hurt, they turn to the camera and they hold their bodies up so that we can see it, right? And they do that so that we understand the pain that they're going through, and we join them in their fight to stop it. And this image spits in the face of that directly. And that's why I draw problems with it. And so it's even worse when these are people who, it actually reminds me a little bit of like the TikTok trend of filters for Palestine. You know what I'm talking about? That like FaZe Rug posted, of all people, which is kind of interesting. The creator of this filter is donating all the money it makes to help people in Palestine. All you have to do is use it and post it, even if you're a private account. Right? And now we can have the same exact conversation with this video as we did with this, right? As FaZe Rug, would it have been more useful to utilize your platform to talk about Palestine, as opposed to just making one trend video and never talking about it again? Right? Maybe he had, though. Maybe I'm looking through his account. Maybe he had talked about Palestine before. Maybe. Somewhere. Potentially. At some point. Somewhere. Somewhere. He made another video about Palestine, right? One is actually educating people, instead of, hey guys, whoever made this filter is donating all the money to Palestine. Right? Now, could we say the same thing? Oh, well, it's good that like more people at least know about Palestine now, and like it's spreading awareness. Sure. Could it be like a net neutral or even net positive thing? Sure. Is it the pinnacle of activism? Definitely not. Definitely not. It's not. And would it be more useful if somebody with a platform like FaZe Rug, 11.2 million followers, right? I'm not saying he had to like show like Palestinian gore, but like talked about on the ground accounts of what's going on in Palestine. Yes, that would be infinitely more useful, but no, because it was a trend. He did this maybe to signal a little bit that he cares about Palestinians, which is still more than most people did at the time. And then he moved on back to his regular scheduled content. Right? Now I'm genuinely curious to see the creators who made videos about this, if they said literally anything else. Right? Because I like that, you know, famous people like Jordan Lewis, oh, I guess he's famous, or Sky Jackson is posting about this. Right? I think it's a good thing. But you have influence. You have influence. You are a celebrity. People listen to you. If you got on camera and said, hey guys, this is what's going on in Palestine, it would be infinitely more useful. Problem is, the situation is so bad that just awareness is helpful at this point, but everyone's comfortable with stopping at awareness since we all we have is identity politics in this country. It's the most performative and sanitized activism devoid of any education. Yeah. Again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Because as the chatter said, the situation is so bad that awareness, like just awareness is helpful. It is a step up. Right? But when we applaud celebrities for doing this, or like wearing a ceasefire pin, or you know what I mean, posting this on their Instagram or whatever, instead of like, I'm not saying you have to criticize them, but like, hey, there's more you could be doing. The idea that we can't criticize them because, oh, they're doing something at least, in my opinion, it's kind of stupid. I don't know, maybe that's just me. You can disagree with me on this, right? The idea that celebrities doing what, like, textbook virtue signaling so that nobody gets mad at them and that they can continue to make their money in peace and nobody yells at them, doing that and posting this to be like, all right, guys, leave me alone now. I posted about all eyes on Rafah, right? And you can't criticize them. You are not allowed to criticize them. You are allowed to not be critical at all about their approach because, well, at least it's something. It's weird to me. They just point to the top of the screen. Like, this is so also something I actually interesting question. Where's it at? Oh, I don't understand how this works. Do you pay for the filter? No. So I think the creator of the filter gets a kickback from the ad revenue, right? From that is generated off of these posts. So like when you watch ads on TikTok, creators get a portion of the ads. Some of that gets kicked back to the creator.
I feel like I should get a balloon because
And so this person made the filter.
we have reached the maximum of $14,000 in less than 2 weeks.
I wonder where the money went.
Filter for Good 2 is very much still active and live, but there are only 4 days left to earn money for the effect. As we all know, effects need...
I'm not mad at this person. I think that payout's kind of low. I mean, yeah, but like she raised $14,000, so I'm not mad at this person. If like
I feel like I should get a balloon.
if this is what you can do, this is what your skill set is. I'm glad that she's done it, right? I'm more mad at the celebrities for only doing this and stopping their activism there. I don't think this is bad. In the same way that like I do think this is kind of harmful a little bit, but I do believe that awareness is important. The people who utilize this and stop their activism there is where my issue is drawn. You feel me? Don't expect you to go full on John Brown and fight against IDF. We should all do what we're capable mentally and physically, but making silly faces, watermelon filter, or an AI image is dumb if that's the only thing you do. Yes. Biggest concern, to be honest, is that this gets co-opted by libs in the same way the BLM did, and it loses the original focus about being about the genocide ongoing in Palestine. Yes. But again, as I think Hassan says as well, like it would still be a step up if that's the case. BLM level of awareness is still more than what Palestine has gotten before. It can be, I just don't want it to fall into the same trap as BLM did. Like genuinely. BLM is just one of the most disappointing things that I think I've ever experienced in my life. And I don't want it to be that for Palestine. You know what I mean? Oh. This is what I or why I said what I said. I take I agree with this post because she's Louise. I'm tired already. Right? And an image being the only one people feel comfortable sharing is so telling of how disconnected we've come from our humanity. Yes. I agree. Don't just come in and immediately redeem timeout. I think it's the cheapest channel point reward. It actually does something, you know? All my other channel rewards are super expensive. But it's timeout. We're deep in to find out. Here. Now. Ooh. I want to look at this. Because yesterday, John Kirby gave a briefing about the bombing and invasion of Rafah.
And what is the administration?
So I have a couple of things to cover about this specifically. Oh, I also saw this about somebody who was like, I used to be anti-Israel, and this is how I changed my mind. And apparently she was like paid. Here. Wait, I opened the wrong one. I'm going to open this one. I wonder if there's like a full, is there a full video of the briefing? Look, John Kirby. Also this. We'll start with this.
You've said now that you don't think a major ground invasion is.
The White House press briefing about the massacre and invasion of Rafah.
Is happening in Rafah right now, but as you note, this is a densely populated area. It all is. I understand that this might be a secondary explosion. The Israelis are describing it as a tragic mishap, but isn't this exactly the kind of incident that you have been concerned about this whole time?
As I said in my opening statement, this exactly does speak to the challenge of military operations in a densely populated area. A challenge, I would add, Mary, that we have been sharing and our perspectives on with the Israelis from our own lessons learned in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. This incident speaks exactly to that challenge.
And despite the loss of life here, do you still believe that this strike was precise and proportional?
There's an investigation. I think we're going to let the Israelis do their work.
Oh yeah, let them investigate themselves once again and find out that they did nothing wrong. I love it when we let people investigate themselves and they find themselves innocent. What a surprise. Who would have known? Who would have known? I mean, this guy said the investigation, there's been none. Like 4 off the top of my head. 4. 2 directly relating to Rafah. Mind you. 2 directly relating to Rafah. One when they bombed Al-Shifa. I mean, allegedly, of course, because they definitely didn't do that. Why would they have done that? Why would they have bombed that one specific hospital when they've bombed literally everyone?
I think you can expect me to speak to the details of a specific strike by Israeli military forces when we had nothing to do with that.
And just one more.
You were giving them... Yes. We had nothing to do with that. Why are we still giving them weapons? If we have nothing to do with that, why are we giving them weapons? Please, please explain. Explain. I hate this person. Is White House still denying there's a genocide? Yes.
You've called the strike devastating, the images heartbreaking, but you've stopped short of outright condemning this strike. Can you explain why?
We have been, I think, very strident in our condemnations about the deaths of innocent civilians. These deaths are not excused from that. But we have to understand what happened here. There's going to be an investigation.
What happened then? What happened then?
They've already said it was a tragic mistake. They're looking into it. They have been able to investigate themselves and hold people accountable in the past. We'll see what they do here.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you. I want to be clear, after this weekend strike, is it our assumption that nothing about U.S. policy has changed or is changing in regards to...
As a result of this strike on Sunday, I have no policy changes to speak to. It just happened. The Israelis are going to investigate it.
What do you mean it just happened? This is happening on Tuesday. What do you mean it just happened? It was a whole 2 days.
Taking great interest in what they find in that investigation, and we'll see where it goes from there.
I also want to ask, we saw a good amount of international condemnation after this strike, whether it was from President Macron of France, others in Europe. We have not yet heard from the president publicly at all about this strike. Why is that?
We haven't, and that's pretty weird, right? To say nothing. I mean, I think that speaks to it all.
Well, again, I think I've answered this question with Ed. You've heard the president on numerous occasions in just the last few days about what's going on in the Middle East and in other places around the world.
Oh, so he's lying. She's like, why haven't we heard the president speak about this strike? He's like, well, we've heard from the president numerous times about, the Middle East and what's going on in the world and other places and stuff. So, like, I mean, anyway, moving on.
And you'll hear from him again. I'm absolutely confident of that.
One last question. Is there any concern that the United States itself is being isolated internationally as we continue to support the operation and you're seeing European allies?
One of the things that we've talked about with...
I think it's kind of weird that he's always interrupting this one specific reporter. This is the second time he's done it. And he never interrupted this other reporter. So, I don't know. It's interesting for me to see. Give you to it. Nah, we noticed at the same time. It is quite interesting to me.
The Israelis are about the manner in which some of these operations are being conducted is the real danger that Israel itself could become further isolated from the international community just by dint of the manner in which they are conducting operations. So this is of concern, clearly, because it's not in Israel's best interest, and it's not in our best interest for Israel to become increasingly isolated on the world stage. As a matter of fact, one of the things the president came into office wanting to do, and actually we had made some progress before the 7th of October, was working towards a more integrated Israel into the region. So it's in our national security interest to make sure that that doesn't happen. The president doesn't make decisions, and he doesn't execute on policy based on public opinion polling or on popularity contests. He bases his decisions on our own national security interests, what's at stake for our safety and security here at home and abroad, and what's in the best interests of our allies and partners. Sometimes what's in the best interest of your alliance and your partnership is to be candid, forthright, even tough with your friend, which we have been able to do with Israel.
So I just want to be clear on that. We spoke about Israel's isolationism there. I just want to make clear, are you concerned at all, or is the administration concerned at all about the United States being out of step or isolated?
I thought I got to that in the last part of my soliloquy.
No, I did.
I did.
Well, I'm sorry, I did not catch that.
You didn't get it. Okay, so I'm going to try it again, and we'll see. Maybe take two.
I don't like it. That's the third time. The way he talks to her is so... It's so gross. It's so gross. So I'm kind of sending with this one reporter for some reason.
The president's not making decisions based on popularity or public opinion polls here around the world. He's making decisions about our national security based on those interests and what meets those interests. And it certainly doesn't meet our interest, and it doesn't meet our Israeli partners' interest for them to become further isolated. But he's not making decisions based on that being a worry. He's making decisions based on what's in the best interest of the American.
That's also not what she asked. She asked, "Is the president worried about it?" Like, listen, he doesn't make decisions based upon that worry. Like, no, is he worried about it or not? Do you worry about being out of step with like the world? Oh, he should be. He should be, but like, well, you know. Let's continue with these other things that he said. About the red line. Actually, I like the YouTube version. I'm gonna be entirely real. Is there more YouTube clips? I don't like the Twitter clips. Oh, here it is. I found the full VOD.
Our prayers are with the families that lost loved.
White House holds briefing after Israeli airstrike kills dozens in Rafah. Wait, this is the right one, right? Yeah, okay. You just have to make sure, you always have to check the date because they've done it so many times.
Ones. We wish those who were injured a speedy recovery. These tragic storms come as communities across the South and Midwest are still recovering from severe weather that destroyed homes, businesses, and leveled in.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Palestine. Was she not talking about Palestine? Was she talking about like a... Wait. Okay, wait.
Our prayers are with the families that lost loved ones. We wish those who were injured a speedy recovery. These tragic storms come as communities across the South and Midwest are still recovering from severe weather that destroyed homes, businesses, and leveled entire communities earlier this month. As always, we remain grateful for the first responders. As the president's statement indicated, our teams have been directly in touch with state and local officials.
Care about this.
The president also spoke directly with Governors Stitt, Huckabee Sanders, Abbott, to offer his condolences for the lives needed. Counterparts and return to listening prepared. So, or price upfront gasoline supply cancellation. With that, we have.
So I just want to, just right off the top, talk about these devastating images and reports coming out of Rafah over the weekend following an IDF strike that killed dozens of innocent Palestinians, including children. And you've all seen the images. They're heartbreaking. They're horrific. There should be no innocent life lost here as a result of this conflict. Israel, of course, has a right to go after Hamas.
Bro couldn't even get one sentence of thoughts and prayers before he's like, Hamas, though. Yes, we all saw the terrifying images that we saw out of Rafah. But also Hamas is there. So like, is it really that bad? Like, come on. Hamas, October 7th, terrorists, hostages, kidnapped, murdered, slaughtered, killed. UNRWA, Hamas. Palestinian Authority, Hamas. West Bank Palestinians, also Hamas. Palestinians in diaspora, Hamas. UN, Hamas. College students, Hamas. Hamas. Like it's just so, it's so weird. Oh, yeah, then you go into anti-Semitism. Like college students also anti-Semitic, but like I think they don't imply that with Hamas. When they say Hamas, they imply anti-Semitic.
And we understand that this strike did kill 2 senior Hamas terrorists who are directly responsible for attacks against the Israeli people.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Anonymous just subscribed.
Is he justifying the attack? Anonymous, thank you for the 13 months tier 2 subscription. Much appreciated. But he's justifying the attack, right? He's like, listen, the attack was pretty bad. But like, we understand though that Israel has a right to go after Hamas. And the strike did kill 2 high-ranking Hamas members. They were 15 years old, right? We did kill their families 20 years ago. And then 6 months ago. But like, we can guarantee that they were Hamas. So like, was it really that bad then? Right? You guys are yelling about like all the children we killed and all the babies we decapitated with our bombs and stuff. But like, we killed Hamas members. So how mad can you truly get at us? Like, is this not insane?
But as we've also said many times, Israel must take every precaution possible to do more to protect innocent life.
But remember, the Israeli government states that it's cool with killing 200 civilians to get 1 senior Hamas member in their rules of engagement. Yeah.
As soon as we saw these reports over the weekend about the strike, we reached out to the Israeli Defense Forces at various levels to gather more information. And we've been actively engaged with the IDF and with partners on the ground to learn more about what happened. I'll note that the Israeli Defense Forces today released initial findings that point to the fire being caused by a secondary explosion, not the initial strike.
Oh, cool. Great. Awesome, mate. You're saying they did it to themselves. Okay. Thank you so much. They're like, okay, it wasn't actually us. The IDF said that they didn't kill the civilians. They said that a second explosion killed the civilians and that their explosion only set off the second explosion with like bombs that like Rafah, you know, or that Hamas was planning to throw at Israel. And so it's actually their fault. Just wait. Okay, I'll just wait. Sorry. I gotta pull back. We're gonna continue.
I think this speaks very clearly to the challenge of military airstrikes in densely populated areas of Gaza, including Rafah, because of the risk of civilian casualties, which of course happened terribly in this case. A horrible loss of life. We're glad that the Israeli Defense Forces are doing a full investigation, which we believe is going to be very important to try to prevent future such mishaps. With
Sure.
that, I can take some questions.
Sure.
Thanks, Admiral. Can you explain how the strike in Rafah does not cross the lines that the president has set and many of you have repeated, that the operations be targeted and limited?
We still don't believe that a major ground operation in Rafah is warranted. We still don't want to see the Israelis, as we say, smash into Rafah with large units over large pieces of territory. We still believe that, and we haven't seen that at this point. But we're going to be watching this, of course, very, very closely. I want to just end this answer by making it very clear that regardless, every single loss of innocent life is tragic, and every single loss of innocent life should be prevented as much as possible.
But they killed they killed civilians. Okay, I'll say it. I don't know anybody can vote for these monsters again. I'll say it. I do not understand how anybody can re-elect these monsters. These are the words of the president, right? We are all yelling at John Kirby, but these are President Biden's words. These are the words of the Biden administration. They are co-signing these words. And he just said that bombing civilians, decapitating babies, and burning the bodies of families is not a red line for him. Not a red line for him. He's like, nope, that's that. And this is actually totally chill. Unfortunate part is, who do you vote for? I don't care what you vote for. I'm not putting my name next to this person's name. Don't care. Vote for whoever you want to. I'll write my own name in before I vote for this person. Political, that's it. Vote as progressive as you can down ballot. I'll stand on that. Don't stay home. Vote literally a communist into your city council or something.
Joey P_1
And
just subscribed.
I don't care who you vote for
Senk.
the presidency, because again, it literally doesn't matter. But like, to me personally, I would be endorsing this behavior if I sucked it up and voted. Then I wonder if Biden's trying to lose. He's like 90 years old. He doesn't care. If he wins, he'll be fine. If he loses, he'll be like, liberals are right on that. Right? Liberals are correct that Biden would be just fine if he loses. So he doesn't care. He literally doesn't care. He's playing politics with people's lives, quite literally. Joey, thank you for the 4 months. Much appreciated.
Has the president seen the images?
I don't know. I can't speak to what he has absolutely been. He's been kept apprised throughout the weekend on this.
So you're saying the tent encampment that was first struck is considered a densely populated area?
The whole area of Rafah, Ed, is densely populated. Now, there has been 1 million or so who have evacuated Rafah proper, but it's not like they're going all that far away. The whole area is densely
So
populated.
how does this not violate the red line that the president laid out?
As I said, we don't want to see a major ground operation. We haven't seen that at this point.
See, this is the problem, right? We're assuming that this is over here is genocide. And this is not genocide. Right? we're assuming that on this scale of genocide to not genocide, Biden has some red line here, right? And that is like military operations in Rafah. Military operations in Rafah. Moif, if you will. But the actual truth of the matter is Biden doesn't have a red line at all. They have a red area that goes and includes genocide. And it comes back over here, includes this too. Boom, right? They have a red area that is all of this space. And it actually extends this way as well, right? Right around here. There we go. Boom. Which means this is what they're fine with. Actually, it's not even red, it's green. This is what they have. There's no line. They have an entire area of what is allowed, and like nothing will change that. But I would never admit it's genocide. Yeah, but if it's happening and he's fine with it. So it doesn't matter like what they say, like, oh, military invasions of Rafah and the goalpost. This is a goalpost now. We'll just keep new layer. Boom. The goalpost, I should make it yellow. Boom. We'll just keep being moved. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah. We actually said no advanced military operations. And they only did like a basic military operation. Oh, actually, we actually said that in Rafah, we meant in like inside of directly a refugee camp. We meant that like they wouldn't kill every single Palestinian. Oh, wait, you know, the goalposts will just keep moving further and further down the genocide rabbit hole until all Palestinians are dead. That's it. You're an artist now? I am. Thank you very much. Ow. Your strategy is coasting along until Israel kills every last Palestinian, and then afterwards they'll wag the finger and tut. Tut? Like the dance move? Like tutting?
How many more charred corpses does he have to see before the president considers a change in policy?
We don't want to see a single more innocent life taken, and I kind of take a little offense at the question. No civilian casualties is the right number of civilian casualties, and this is not something.
But you still won't change policy. You still won't change policy. The question was very clearly is how many corpses does the president need to see to change policy? And if you're not changing policy, that means you haven't seen enough corpses. The answer is not this number. Maybe this number plus 1. This number plus 2. But it also is kind of funny to say this after you very clearly laid out that the president hadn't seen any corpse, or you didn't know. When asked, has the president seen the pictures? You're like, I don't know if the president has seen the pictures. But now he's like, the president has seen every single corpse, and he hates every single one of them. Really? Really? You can verify that. Is this perjury? It's not perjury. He's not in a court of law. You feel like you shouldn't lie be able to lie here. You know what I mean? I feel like being able to lie here is bad. But he just keeps doing it.
Something that we've turned a blind eye to, nor has it been something we've ignored or neglected to raise with our Israeli counterparts, including, Ed, this weekend as a result of this particular strike. Now, they're investigating it, so let them investigate it and see what they come up with.
Yeah, sure. Let the people who killed a bunch of civilians investigate themselves. Why would they say they did something wrong? Genuinely. Like, this doesn't make any sense, right? And we all know that it's stupid because even like cops do it to themselves as well. Why would anybody investigating themselves see that they did something wrong? Which is why it's very interesting to me that this same ghoul, this demon, this monster, right, was against a third party, UN investigation. I can't spell. Third party UN investigation. I can't find it. Gosh darn it. I hate finding stuff on Twitter. Hmm. April 5th. During the deaths of the um aid workers. April 3rd? I'm looking for the video. April 3rd. John. Finding things on the internet sucks now. I will say it. Google sucks. Kirby investigation. Here. I found it actually.
You spoke about U.S. asking Israel to investigate the events yesterday. Just want to understand why the U.S. believes Israel can do a good job investigating itself.
Well, as I said in my opening statement, we do think that the indications are that they're taking this seriously. You saw them, I think, put out a statement from their IDF spokesman last night, walking through their initial assessments of what happened. So as far as we understand it, they're still looking at this. And there have been examples in the past where they have investigated incidents and have been very honest and upfront about mistakes.
Did he say the exact same thing here? Like down to the exact wording, chat. Am I wrong? Am I misreading this? Is this from today? No, this is from March 1st.
Saw them, I think, put out a statement from their IDF spokesman last night, walking through their initial assessments of what happened. So as far as we understand it, they're still looking at this. And there have been examples in the past where they have investigated incidents and have been very honest and upfront about mistakes they've made at the IDF level.
We're at 6:30. Remember that, chat.
That killed and would be no innocent life. The right to kill. Acts against Israel must take. As soon as we saw these reports over to gather more info, what happened, findings. I think areas of gas, which we believe is going to be very important to try to prevent future such mishaps. With that, I can take some questions.
All right,
But does not you have repeated that
don't the Israelis, as we say, smash into Rafah with large. We still believe that, and we haven't seen that at this point. But by making it very clear that regardless, every single loss is possible. What he has absolutely been, he's been kept apprised through. Ed is densely populated. Now, proper. Haven't seen that. I want to see a single civilian casualties is the right number of civilian casualties.
I could have sworn I heard him say these words in something we watched. Maybe I'm wrong. I think so. Yeah, I'll do the transcript. I didn't want to, but I will. We're searching for a word honest. No. Invest. investigate. Oh, here it is. Here it is. We were actually further in this video than I thought.
Are not excused from that. But we have to understand what happened here. There's going to be an investigation. They've already said it was a tragic mistake. They're looking into it. They have been able to investigate themselves and hold people accountable in the past. We'll see what they do here.
Awesome.
Looking at this. And there have been examples in the past where they have investigated incidents and have been very honest and upfront about mistakes they've made at the IDF level in the past. I mean, not distant past either. So,
where? Literally, it is the same line. He said the same line twice, and we're supposed to just take his word for it. So, if you say this in March, and there's been no recourse for killing 7 aid workers, not even Palestinians, aid workers, like in Gaza, and like, oh, we've asked them to investigate themselves, and they did, but they've done it before, and there's been no problem with it, but nothing came from this, and you're saying the same line here. How many times are they going to have to investigate themselves, and how many times are they going to find that they've done nothing wrong? This, like, if the police keep killing people, innocent people, which they do, I feel like there at a certain point needs to be a change in policy to be like, oh, maybe they need to stop investigating themselves and we should investigate them because, there are problems with whatever policy they have.
Yeah, thank you. I want to be clear, after this weekend strike, is it our assumption that nothing about U.S. policy has changed or is changing in regards to...
As a result of this strike on Sunday, I have no policy changes to speak to. It just happened. The Israelis are going to investigate it.
We have seen this somewhere. I think I may have accidentally closed the... Oh, it was later in this... Okay. Yeah, it was later in this video, I believe.
We're going to be taking great interest in what they find in that investigation, and we'll see where it goes from there.
I also want to ask, we saw a good amount of international condemnation after this strike, whether it was from President Macron of France, others in Europe. We have not yet heard from the president publicly at all about this.
Is there any kind of a confirmation that they did do an investigation? And any of those, obviously, they are legitimately perpetrators, but how many times this guy said this and there's been investigated nothing? There was one time, I do think it might have been when they killed the World Central Kitchen aid workers, that like somebody was fired. You know what I mean? I think they fired like 2 random 20-year-old master sergeants or something. Like, all right, problem solved, and they moved on or whatever. That, I think it may have happened a single time. Let's see. Fired IDF soldier. Not arrested? No. After killing it's so hard to find old news when so much stuff keeps happening. Hmm. Does it have the soldiers being fired? No, this doesn't have what I need. This one does. Thank you. IDF SACS officer. SACS. Thank you. Well, I couldn't find it because he said SACS instead of like fired or let go or removed. IDF SACS officers over World Central Kitchen convoy attack. 2 senior Israeli military officers have been sacked after 7 8 workers were killed in missile strikes in the Gaza Strip. The IDF called the killing of staff for the World Central Kitchen, WCK, a grave accident. They make a lot of grave accidents that kill a bunch of people. I don't know if that's just me, but like they make a lot of consistent accidents that like murder a bunch of people all the time for some reason. Drone operators did not follow rules and thought WCK cars were carrying Hamas gunmen. WCK called the IDF apology a cold comfort. Oh jeez. WCK also like the founder also kind of sucks, but like even after his workers were killed, he was like, Israel has a right to defend itself. It was a crazy thing. Cold comfort for the aid workers' family, urging an independent investigation. The IDF launched an internal investigation into the deaths after coming under intense international pressure to explain the circumstances. Its findings were published on Friday alongside the admission of a serious failure and announcement that an IDF colonel and major were dismissed as a result. Yeah. Sure. They let go a 20-year-old colonel and a 18-year-old major. They're like, sorry guys, you were let go. And that's it. Justice, chat. IDF said those who carried out the attacks could also face criminal prosecution. Could. Are they going to? Who knows? What if they give the names? No, they don't. No names. Just an officer with the rank of major was dismissed from his position. The brigadier, the brigade chief of staff, an officer with the rank of colonel in reserve, will be dismissed from his position. In addition, the brigade commander will be formally reprimanded. That's it. The 28-year-old colonel is wild. I actually don't know if he's 28 or 18. I'm making a joke, but all of the ranks in the IDF are inflated, like to an insane degree. Right. So I'm making a joke by saying that he's like 18-year-old colonel, but he is probably like a 20, 29, 30-year-old colonel, if I'm being entirely real and honest. Right. They inflate the ranks to an insane degree.
Why is that?
Well, again, I think I've answered this question with Ed. You've heard the president on numerous occasions in just the last few days about what's going on in the Middle East and in other places around the world.
How vague all the detailed investigations are. Yeah. I mean, that's not surprising because like that's what happens when you investigate yourself, which is why you can't expect people to investigate themselves and come out with like any serious like allegations. We don't even know if what they actually did was true because nobody can verify that because they investigated themselves. You want to see people hinting nationalist racism I got to deal with? Sure. You take a look.
long, and you'll hear from him again.
I hate these people so much.
One last question. Is there any concern that the United States itself is being isolated internationally as we continue to support the operation and you're seeing European allies?
One of the things that we've talked about with the Israelis about the manner in which some of these operations are being conducted is the real danger that Israel itself could become further isolated from the international community just by dint of the manner in which they are conducting operations. So this is of concern, clearly, because it's not in Israel's best interest, and it's not in our best interest.
I got
for
chills,
Israel.
probably because of when he speaks, demons are like investing my mind. Because this person is evil. Get it? It was a joke about this person being evil, chat. He's evil. He's a bad person.
Become increasingly isolated on the world stage. As a matter of fact, one of the things the president came into office wanting to do, and actually we had made some progress before the 7th of October, was working towards a more integrated Israel into the region. So it's in our national security interest to make sure that that doesn't happen. The president doesn't make decisions, and he doesn't execute on policy based on public opinion polling or on popularity contests. He bases his decisions on our own national security interests, what's at stake for our safety and security here at home and abroad, and what's in the best interests of our allies and partners. Sometimes what's in the best interest of your alliance and your partnership is to be candid, forthright, even tough with your friend, which we have been able to do with Israel.
I hate this person so much.
We spoke about Israel's isolationism there. I just want to make clear, are you concerned at all, or is the administration concerned at all about the United States being out of step or isolated?
I thought I got to that in the last part of my soliloquy.
No, I did.
I did.
I'm sorry.
Okay, come on. He's racist, right? Can we say he's racist? He's an omega racist person. Because he only does this for this one reporter. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. But I think it's weird that he offers only this level of pushback for this single reporter.
I did not catch that.
You didn't get it. Okay, so I'm going to try it again, and we'll see. Maybe take two would be better. The president's not making decisions based on popularity or public opinion polls here around the world. He's making decisions about our national security based on those interests and what meets those interests. And it certainly doesn't meet our interest, and it doesn't meet our Israeli partners' interest for them to become further isolated. But he's not making decisions based on that being a worry. He's making decisions based on what's in the best interest of the American people and our safety and security abroad.
Good. Thank you so much. So last week from this podium, Jake Sullivan was asked about the Rafah operation, and he said, and I quote him, "What we're going to be looking at is whether there is a lot of death and destruction from this operation." So if what happened this weekend...
No shot goes on for an hour. It's a freaking long briefing.
doesn't qualify as a lot of death and destruction, how would you describe it, and how would you quantify what a lot of death and destruction in Rafah is?
We don't. There's not like a measuring stick here or a quota. As we've said many times, the right number of civilian casualties is 0. We won't see any. Now we've seen more than about a dozen or so that we know of, at least from this strike alone. That's horrific. That's terrible. We don't want to see that.
Okay, but okay. This makes me so insanely angry. He's so insanely angry because the conclusion is like, but we're not going to do anything. We'll make it known to our Israeli counterparts that any level of civilian deaths is unacceptable. And I think they understand this truly at their core. I think they know that, like, I don't think they want to kill civilians either. They're just trying to get Hamas, right? And so we have to go back to the root issue. October 7th. This is all Hamas's fault, really. And Hamas is to blame for everything that happens ever in the world. You stump your toe? Think about it. Hamas.
And the answer should be zero. The Israelis have said this was a tragic mistake. They're going to investigate that. We're going to let them do that. But we've also said, and this is the other part of what Jake said, is that we don't want to see a major ground operation in Rafah that would really make it hard for the Israelis to go after Hamas without causing extensive damage and potentially a large number of deaths. We have not seen them do that at this point, but we're watching it very closely.
They just bombed the refugee camp. Yeah, they didn't put boots on the ground except for the tanks that they put in that he's denying, right? They just dropped bombs. That's totally fine and dandy and chill, so long that, I mean, they dropped bombs that killed civilians. But we don't want them to go into Rafah because that will kill civilians. You say there's been a dozen or so deaths. He's talking about this specific, instance. Because he can't pull it back and be like, there's been like 40,000 deaths. Obviously not. It would make him look terrible. So she's only focusing on this one instance where, like, it's clear and cut they killed a bunch of civilians and it was a mistake that just happens to keep happening for some reason. I'll be back, chat.
Admiral, you've said repeatedly that the U.S. doesn't want to see a major ground operation in Rafah, but Israeli tanks just moved into central Rafah. How is that not a major military operation?
Well, again, I don't want to talk about Israeli Defense Force operations, but my understanding is, and I believe the Israelis have spoken to this, that they are moving along something called the Philadelphia Corridor, which is on the outskirts of the town, not in the town proper. That's what the Israelis have said. We're not on the ground. Gabe, we're not there. I mean, we don't have troops that can look at every single soldier and where they are. We're going based on what the Israelis are telling us and what they're saying publicly and what we're able to discern as best we can. As you and I speak here today, we have not seen a major ground operation. And these tanks are moving along a corridor that they have told us previously that they would use on the outskirts of the town to try to put pressure on Hamas.
NBC's crew in Gaza has described it as being central Rafah. If it were to be central Rafah, would that be considered a major?
A single tank? A single tank with a dozen or so guys? And I mean, we're talking about, you're dragging me into a hypothetical, and I hate that, but one tank, one armored vehicle does not constitute a major ground operation. Now, I'm not saying that that's what's going on right now. What I'm telling you is what the Israelis have told us about what they're doing. They tell us on the outskirts. A major ground operation is, thousands and thousands of troops moving in a maneuvered, concentrated, coordinated way against a variety of targets on the ground. The kinds of things we've seen, we've done ourselves. That's what we're talking about here.
And then one last thing on a strike today, at least 21 people killed in a strike that hit a tent encampment in southern Gaza today. What's the U.S. response to that?
We can't verify those reports. The Israelis are saying publicly that there was no such strike, so I'd point you to them. I can't speak to it.
Thanks. And just want to make this very clear between what's happened on Sunday, what's happened in terms of the ongoing ground operations since. There's nothing that you have seen thus far that would prompt a U.S. withdrawal of more military assistance.
I believe that's what I've been saying here.
Okay, cool. And just want to get your reaction as well to the House Republicans asking for sanctions against the ICC or some of its officials. Is that something that the Biden administration is going to support?
No, we don't believe that sanctions against the ICC is the right approach here. No. I mean, look, we obviously don't believe the ICC has jurisdiction. We certainly don't support these arrest warrants. We've said that before. We don't believe, though, that sanctioning the ICC is the answer.
Thank you, Karine. Admiral, please help me to understand. You just said that basically there is no major operation that you have seen by the Israelis in Rafah. And you insisted that it has to be a viable plan to evacuate all civilians, and that was considered kind of red line, if you don't want to call it a red line. So explain to me how 1 million people who are forced to leave Rafah to no place that's considered a safe zone, with now only 400,000 left. How could it be that different from what you said, that we oppose the plan unless the Israelis give us really a viable way to make sure that these 1.5 million civilians are safe? So 1 million, they're not really safe, because we have seen yesterday they have been attacked, they're burned to death, with kids have no heads, headless kids, you've seen the pictures.
Yes, I have.
And then now, the Israelis, basically, their plan is to let these people leave, but not voluntarily. These people are forced to leave. So how could be this any different from your insistence that it has to be a good plan, a viable plan, a practical plan to make sure that these people are going to a safe place?
I didn't say that everything that's happening in Rafah right now is perfect or good.
No,
I'm not saying that at all.
What you said before. You said before that it has to be a viable plan to evacuate 1.5 million people. Now we have 1 million completely in nowhere.
Yeah, not all the 1.5 million are out of Rafah, right? There's still hundreds of thousands that are still in Rafah, that are still in danger. And we still have not seen a plan to take care of their safety and security, which is why nothing's changed about our view that we don't want to see a major ground operation in Rafah that puts those people at greater risk. I'm not really sure where you and I are on a different page here.
I don't know if you answered my question, but it's...
Well, let's try it again. Go ahead.
You said that the Israelis have to offer a viable plan to evacuate 1.5 million civilians, correct? You said that many times.
We want to see a viable, credible plan for the safety and security.
1.5 million. 1 million already forced to leave into places that are not considered safe. You're only talking about 500,000. And this 500,000 over the next few weeks probably will be down to few
Look,
thousands.
what happened on Sunday was terrible and tragic, and you're right.
Question, please? You mind? Thank you.
You're right. Not enough has been done for the safety and security of the innocent people trying to seek refuge in and around Rafah. I'm not pushing back on that at all. And I can't verify where everyone who left, where they went. I don't know if all of them went to a tent compound that was set up by the Israeli Defense Forces, or maybe they went someplace else. Obviously, it's still a dangerous place, which is why what happened on Sunday is so tragic. And we don't want to see it happen again, which is why we think it's important for the Israelis to investigate this fully, completely, and be transparent about it. And more importantly, to learn lessons from the investigation so that this can't happen.
Oh, geez. What I missed, chat? Wait, let me guess. He was like, you know what? Everything I said just now was wrong of me. Palestinians deserve to have a one secular state where they have equal rights and representation, and they can govern themselves. And you know what? We have to dissolve the apartheid regime. That's what he said, right? He was like, I am Jack Kirby, and I truly think that Palestinians deserve to have equal rights and representation. Right? That's what he had to say. Right? Right? He said, I am John Kirby, and I fight for Palestinians the same way I fight for the top of the hour ad break. At the top of the hour, there is a 2-minute ad break. And if you don't want to see the ads, all you have to do is subscribe for free with Twitch Prime or for $5 a month. And if you don't have a Twitch Prime and you don't have $5 a month, all you have to do is just wait to be gifted a sub as well. That is correct, chat. I got Chinese food. I got chicken lo mein. I warmed it up. Baby girl, what's your name? Let me talk to you. Let me buy you a drink. Auntie Penny.
Cayenne Chillers just subscribed.
You know me. Thanks for the sub, Cayenne Chilies. Much appreciated. Welcome back. 4 months here and you giving me a stack or a rack or a bag. That means money. And I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I haven't had low in a while too. Carb. Didn't you know I care about carbs? You see this? This don't happen. Caring about carbs, chat. Oh. This is true. Thank you for the 4-month resub. Anyway, how long did that take? It was like 5 minutes, right? Oh, jeez Louise. 23, bro, you got time? What do you mean? You see this? Body positivity includes me as well. Thank you. Just like when Blinken told Lindsey Graham that he would welcome working with Congress on ICC sanctions. Is this a change of that position? It's like about the meeting that I was doing. Sanctioning the ICC is crazy. Right? It's just kind of wild. So it shows that we can sanction people. We just will never sanction Israel. Ever. What is the line, chat? Not the line that he thinks it is. And I know we can be like, oh, there's no line. He'll just kill every Palestinian. But like, I have to have hope that there is a line somewhere where they're like, okay, this is too much. And then they're not, you know, literally banking on every Palestinian being slaughtered. There has to be a line somewhere. The U.S. government will go after its own people before they do anything about Israel. Yeah, but like, that can only work for so long. Western imperialism doesn't give itself a line historically. That's okay. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit doomerist right now. A little bit on the sad side.
I can't speak to it.
Thanks. And just want to make this very clear between what's happened on Sunday, what's happened in terms of the ongoing ground operations since. There's nothing that you have seen thus far that would prompt a U.S. withdrawal of more military assistance.
I believe that's what I've been saying here.
Okay, cool. And just want to get your reaction as well to the House Republicans asking for sanctions against the ICC or some of its officials. Is that something that the Biden administration is going to support?
No, we don't believe that sanctions against the ICC is the right approach here. No. I mean, look, we obviously don't...
is like... Oh, I'll let him continue.
Believe the ICC
As if the EU or China takes a stand against us. Oh, China would be interesting. I don't think the EU would, right, stand against the US in like a traditional sense, or it'll be like just like slightly like nudging. Hey guys, we identify Palestine as a state. Right, like slight nudging, like, hey, we have Palestinians have a right to, join the UN or something like that. But I don't think like the EU is gonna like actually stand up to like the US. China, now that's the interesting question, because at that point you get into like World War III territory, depending on how far China is willing to go. Because I do think the US would be super, or more likely to like, start a world war than to give up its support for Israel. And if China is in the mix, they just have a reason to go after China. You know what I mean? I don't think China cares about Palestine that much. It's fair, but like if it's against, like if you're going against the US, using it as like a proxy territory. I think it's possible. I truly don't think at this current moment China is in a place in which they would, because China development is just, it's kind of insane. And they don't need to, but I think they could, and it's not outside of the realm of possibility. You know what I mean? China have any motivation to meddle. China is doing great, just being ignored. That's my point, right? And I think eventually, if like the US keeps prodding, which they are, sanctions on China imports sanctions on Chinese corporations. Like the US is prodding China, like hoping they do something, right? And I do think eventually China will get fed up, but I think right now they're kind of thriving, right? Just within the global economy, China's fine. And they know they're fine. You know what I mean? Yeah, honestly, with the exception of what they did to settle things in Yemen, I am uncertain China would feel the need to get involved. Yeah, I don't even know why they got involved in Yemen either. Personally, I might just be missing something, which I could. That surprised me. Right, China telling the Houthis to chill, right, is something that did surprise me. They can watch, just watch us implode. Yeah. Baby girl, what's your name? Oh, it's a throwing cup. Let's continue.
Jurisdiction. We certainly don't support these arrest warrants. We've said that before. We don't believe, though, that sanctioning the ICC is the answer.
Thank you, Karine. Admiral, please help me to understand.
I don't understand. This is what I don't get about the ICC arrest warrants. Why? How can you be like, I don't support this? Unless you think that the ICC is a legitimate institution, which the US, I won't speak on what they think about the ICC, right? But if you do think the ICC is an illegitimate institution, why would you not support sanctions on them? You feel me? If they are using their, if they have any power, right, using their power in order to do things that you think are unjust or invalid, you would sanction them. Do you think Israel is a fascist government? I'd say so. I don't think it would be an invalid characterization. I like to hear the arguments that they're not, but I'd say so. I classify it as such. I think the ICC is legitimate until they are against the US, which they are now, technically, because they're against Israel. So why would you not support sanctions? That is a inconsistent position for me. I know people on Twitter are arguing that fascist can only mean Germany during World War II, but then they would have to reckon with the fact that the US is, if not already directly fascist, which you can definitely argue, are teetering and leaning into fascism even under the Biden administration. And that Biden isn't going to, or that Trump isn't going to take us to fascism. Biden has already brought us there. And they don't want to, like, reckon with that internally.
You just said that basically there is no major operation that you have seen by the Israelis in Rafah. And you insisted that it has to be a viable plan to evacuate all civilians, and that was considered kind of red line, if you don't want to call it a red line. So explain to me how 1 million people who are forced to leave Rafah to no place that's considered a safe zone, with now only 400,000 left, how could it be that different from what you said, that we oppose the plan unless the Israelis give us really a viable way?
This is a great question, by the way. It doesn't matter, because they're just going to be like, it's different. He's going to move the goalposts, be like, we don't support a major ground invasion of Rafah that puts the lives of civilians at risk. That, you know, qualifier. They'll just keep moving the goalposts. More and more qualifiers. Right? They'll be like, this attack on Rafah is different because we they didn't actually go in. They just bombed Rafah and killed civilians. And actually, they didn't actually do that. It was actually a secondary explosion that started the fires that killed the civilians. And they're not actually on the ground. Oh wait, there's actually tanks on the ground in Rafah. Well, actually, no, there's not, because they haven't told us that there's tanks on the ground in Rafah. We haven't seen that. Wait, there actually is, or there's video footage of it. Well, actually, that's fine, because most civilians aren't actually in Rafah proper. They're actually in surrounding areas around Rafah, and that it's actually not an invasion of a population center that's putting civilians in danger, because the only people who are currently in Rafah proper are Hamas, and so it's totally fine. Oh wait, no, civilians are actually in Rafah proper. Well, actually, it's actually totally fine what they're doing, because you know Hamas is actually hiding within civilians, and they have human shields and da 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 XYZ. It's, you know what I mean? There is never going to be a point in which he's going to be like, maybe we're wrong. Lie and deny. Exactly. They're evil people. These are evil people. And I genuinely don't think people, because we talked about this yesterday, people on TikTok who are still telling people to vote for Biden. It can get worse under Trump. I don't think that they're necessarily wrong, but I don't think that they would be out here having this take that they're having if they truly sit down and look at this and they watch this and they see what the administration is saying. All the liberals on Twitter and on TikTok or whatever who have the conclusion of like, well, Trump would be worse. Like, you think about how bad Trump would be. I don't think they're actually doing this. They're actually watching the briefings. They hear things on Twitter and they're like, oh, that's not good, right? They see a tweet or a TikTok video, be like, oh, that's not good. Oh, that's pretty bad. But they're not sitting down and actually seeing how far the administration will go to defend Israel, and how many lines of justification they will take to defend killing civilians. I genuinely do not think they see these videos. These hearings would be basically the same under Trump, except liberals would actually care. Like, we're being entirely real. Ben Fish is 100% correct. Liberals would at least care, because team sports. They'd be like, this is bad, team sports. That's it. I think as Trump via the Abraham Accords is one, if not the main reason why October 7th happened. I'm not sure how salient the point of Trump being worse. I think as Biden's policies in the Middle East are just a continuation of Trump's. Yeah. But to be fair, let's give credit to Biden here. He has added his own flair. Not just a continuation of Trump's policies. He's made it his own by just being evil in his own right. Biden's in a no-win situation because the leftists want to end a genocide and hold the guilty party accountable, while the established liberals want unconditional support for Israel. There's no common ground on which to build a campaign. Yeah, because there is no common ground for a genocide. Right?
Lord Tubersil just
Which is why Biden was just never the right candidate. Ever. The writing was on the walls when he was selected as the candidate for the Democratic Party. Honestly, I think literally anybody else could be able to navigate this even just a modicum better. Just a modicum. I think we shouldn't take president's side opinions as valid opinions. In the context of, I get what they're saying. In the context of electoralism, they are like valid opinions because they are voters. But I mean, I agree. Right? But like the problem is that Biden cannot navigate the situation because he's senile. Right? As a president, you don't send your press secretaries out here to do this every single week without appearing in front of people to answer questions, which Biden hasn't done in over a month. Unless you want to count that one time where he like talked to the press for 5 minutes before talking to like military leaders, right? But he doesn't do that. So I say, what if Gazy did the same thing? They need somebody else. Like, honestly, even if Biden didn't do this, he would still lose because he had a whole list of other issues on top of like the pro-genocide position. Like him being old is like there. Literally put anybody else in his space. I guarantee you, I don't care who it is, how establishment they are, they would probably navigate this better than he is. He's floundering because he cannot lead because he is old. At least Trump would get in front of the cameras. He'd be charismatic. He'd be dancing and stuff. And that's nothing in the grand scheme of leading the country, obviously, but it's something to voters. He was visible. He was there. And liberals know it because they plaster whatever he said on TV screens like every single night. Nightly news, it was Trump did this. Kofefe. Trump said this. Freaking stand back and stand by. Trump did this. Trump did that. Trump did this. Trump did that. He was there. He was around. And Biden's not. And this, at this point, is where you need to be as the president. Is it my presidency is about ongoing colonialism pushed by capitalism? No, it is about the presidents as well. That is a part of it. It's not obviously not the focus, right? But it try to highlight just how badly Biden is like dropping the ball, even from a like liberal Zionist perspective. Right? But honestly, it is kind of funny that he's leaving his press secretaries out to dry. President has too much power and he won't use it. As I said this before, but living in a country with an apartheid history and seeing exactly how the powers that be react to apartheid state is surreal. I was born after apartheid ended and wondering what the rest of the world was doing, and now I know. Yeah. I mean, that's also not surprising though. It's just what I don't even know.
To make sure that these 1.5 million civilians are safe. So 1 million, they're not really safe because we have seen yesterday, they have been attacked, they're burned to death, with kids have no heads, headless kids, you see in the pictures.
Yes, I have.
And then now, the Israelis, basically, their plan is to let these people leave, but not voluntarily. These people are forced to leave. So how could be this any different from your insistence that it has to be a good plan, a viable plan, a practical plan to make sure that these people are going to a safe place?
I didn't say that everything that's happening in Rafah right now is perfect or good.
No, I'm not saying
I'm not saying that.
But she also didn't say you said that. I hate this person so much. I hate this. That's like a definition of like a straw man argument, right? You're claiming that I said everything that's happening in Rafah is perfect. I did not say that. There have been problems as well. Like, no. But you did say that you will not support Israel going into Rafah in any degree or any regard unless they had a plan to protect and safeguard civilians. And they've disregarded that entirely from the beginning. So why have you, as somebody who had a line somewhere, allegedly, apparently, okay with the state of the way that the IDF is operating now?
Not at all.
What you said before. You said before that it has to be a viable plan to evacuate 1.5 million people. Now we have 1 million completely in
Yeah,
nowhere.
not all the 1.5 million are out of Rafah, right? There's still hundreds of thousands that are still in Rafah, that are still in danger. And we still have not seen a plan to take care of their safety and security, which is why nothing's changed about our view that we don't want to see a major ground operation in Rafah that puts those people at greater risk.
But they're killing them. He's talking about hypotheticals when Israel is directly murdering them. You can't say, listen, we need to safeguard civilians, and before you go in, you need a plan where they are like bombing them from the outside. You don't care about the civilians. you close your ears and close your eyes and plug your ears. Israel's actually doing a great job, or stop thinking. You know what I mean? That as well. Olympic mental gymnastics. I don't understand how they think this would work.
I'm not really sure where you and I are on a different page here.
I don't know if you answered my question, but it's...
Well, let's try it again. Go ahead.
You said that the Israelis have to offer a viable plan to evacuate 1.5 million civilians.
He's saying that, like, oh, because they haven't put boots on the ground, that, like, none of this matters. Listen, no, they're still abiding by what we said. I said no boots on ground until you come up with a plan to safeguard civilians. They started lobbing bombs. There's no boots on the ground. I don't see what the issue is. So he's all right with kids getting bombed? Yes. People say, no, I'm not all right with that. I say that that's bad, and Israel's going to investigate themselves. It's like, they are talking in circles. I do agree with them. They're talking in circles because he does not want to listen. Because he has a vested interest in not listening. His job is not to answer the reporter questions. His job is to run defense for Biden and by proxy Israel. So.
Correct? You said that many times.
We want to see a viable, credible plan for the safety and security.
1.5 million. 1 million already forced to leave into places that are not considered safe. You're only talking about 500,000. And this 500,000 over the next few weeks probably will be down to few
Look,
thousand.
what happened on Sunday was terrible and tragic. And you're right.
Question, please? You mind? Thank you.
You're right. Not enough has been done for the safety and security of the innocent people trying to seek refuge in and around Rafah. I'm not pushing back on that at all. And I can't verify where everyone who left, where they went. I don't know if all of them went to a tent compound that was set up by the Israeli Defense Forces, or maybe they went someplace else. Obviously, it's still a dangerous place, which is why what happened on Sunday is so tragic. And we don't want to see it happen again, which is why we think it's important for the Israelis to investigate this fully, completely, and be transparent about it.
This is, What do you say about this? Like, genuinely, watching the full thing is infinitely worse than watching the clips. Watching the full unedited video is infinitely worse than watching the clips. He's arguing in circles as though he has nothing. He, as America, the US of A, like, no, look, we are not Israel. We're different. We're different. We just give them bombs sometimes. That's a bomb, right? And so people are like reporters are like, okay, we're gonna critique this right here. We're gonna critique you giving them bombs. He's like, what do you mean? Why are you critiquing me being Israel? We're not Israel, right? Israel will investigate themselves. Like, okay, but like we're critiquing you giving them weapons and running defense for them when those bombs are being used to kill Palestinians. He's like, no. What do you mean? We're not Israel. That's not us. That's a different person, a different entity than us. We're not them, right? So he's not even engaging with the critique of what the U.S.'s actual role is, which is like Israel's big brother that just keeps giving them bombs, keeps giving them weapons, and runs defense for them to the international community. He's not even engaging with this. This doesn't happen in their mind, right? It's only, we're not Israel. Why would we investigate Israel? They're Israel. They will investigate themselves. They're like, okay, what about your red line for not giving the weapons? What do you mean? We're not Israel. So whenever he hears any critique of the U.S. actual role, and that is you are giving them weapons and you have given conditions in which you would not give them weapons, His response is always, we're not Israel. Not us. We must recuse ourselves. And Israel should defend, defend themselves, as he says, or investigate themselves. And that's it. It's literally like circular arguing. He's like not even engaging with the actual reason why people are mad. He's just, what do you, I don't know where to go from here. He knows, White House knows what they are doing. Yeah, and what is the recourse? We just have to sit here and take it. We don't have a choice. We have to take it. I mean, because obviously he's not going to say Israel is the bad guy, which he should, but he's not going to say that. Can it get any more mask off? I genuinely don't think so. Like, whenever somebody says they will investigate themselves, you know they're not a serious person. When somebody says, yeah, we expect this entity to investigate themselves, they are not a serious person. And this is the White House and the President of the United States. So, people look uncommitted no matter what state they're in. The White House would pay the price. They don't care. That's my only problem. They don't care. Biden will just retire to some island or something. Live out the rest of his days just sipping martinis, thinking about all the people he killed, like Dick Cheney style. And that's it. He's going to anyway. I know. But like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being doomerist right now. It's tiring.
And more importantly, to learn lessons from the investigation so that this can't happen again.
Let's do our question, please. One quick question. Sure.
Thanks. So just to clarify, how can the...
No, go ahead, Nadia. Thank you. And then just one quick question. The European Union are considering imposing sanction on Israel if it does not oblige by the ICJ order to stop the attack on Rafah. Is this something that you disagree, agree with? Do you think there is an isolation now, or there's a rift between you and the Europeans, the whole of EU, because they're the one who's wanting to...
Well, I'll let the Europeans speak to that. We have no plans for those kinds of sanctions to put in place based on the ICJ ruling, a ruling that we do not, obviously we do not concur with, nor do we see that they have jurisdiction.
Thanks. So how can the administration not want to see a major ground operation, but not have a measuring stick, you know, your words, to actually measure what is...
The question was how many deaths? It wasn't a measuring stick about what a major ground operation was. The specific question was, well, how many deaths is too many? As I said, one is too many. We don't want to see any more.
Or if you don't do anything, one's not too many. I'm sorry. It's at the truth. At a core, it's not too many. You can't say, listen. If I gamble, $100 is too many losses for me gambling, and I will stop gambling at $100. I lose $100 and I'm like, I'm gonna keep gambling, right? That's not my line then. I lied. If my line was actually $100, I would stop when I lost $100, but it's not my line. You saying one death is too many, but then doing nothing after one death occurs means you're okay with that death. And every death that follows it until you do something. How can anyone buy a response? It's obviously BS, because everything he's saying is BS. And it's not like we have any recourse to this. What can we do about this, chat? Genuinely. That's within TOS, obviously. I know what you were thinking, but like, All right, that's not within TOS. But like genuinely, there's no recourse. There's none. If someone ever written a book about what is to be done, interesting. Boycott everything and shut down his economy. That's not realistic. You objectively cannot boycott everything. Now, shut down the economy. I do think that's a goal, but boycott everything is not a mechanism, unfortunately. Now, that won't even work. I'm tired. I miss talking about drama. It was easy. It was nice. It pulled numbers. People loved it. It was low stakes. I'm not clicking on that link. No, thank you. Not at all. I disavow. You listen to Not Like Us again? Let's continue.
But what Jake was trying to do when he came up here to explain to you what a major ground operation entails.
Getting some drama? Oh, please, God, no. Please, no. You know what happened last time? You know how many death threats they got? Too many death threats. Please. There's a new drama, call a streamer the C word. I mean, we talk about drama about me not being invited to the rest server. You can have that conversation. Because everybody's racist. I knew it. Do you even play Rust? Does Hassan play Rust? No. Cutie play Rust? No. Does Iron Mouse or Connor Dog VA or a Train does play Rust? Does Mizkif play? None of these people play Rust. All right. It's a meta. You did in 2020 actually? Oh, cool. Thank you. I also was a high schooler in 2020. Actually, I wasn't. I graduated in 2019. If you're talking about what happened 4 years ago, then sure. I played Rust in 2020. I have it installed. I did. They have it in the past, but I get it. The entire point is not that they are playing it because they played it in the past. The entire point is that they're playing it because everybody else is playing it because it's an entire meta. It's a thing. How old are you? 23. Someone just said it in chat. It's not a still fake for not inviting you. Shaking my head. True. Did you ask? Who was I supposed to ask? I don't know who runs the event. It's literally not a thing anywhere. Well, I think Hassan. I don't know why I thought you were like 25, like me. Ping Hassan. Yeah, let me just ping Hassan. This is like Warframe, you don't see a lot of people play it. Will and Abe. Abe runs it. I think Cutie and Hassan and Iron Mouse. If it takes Kaya, Hassan doesn't answer. True. Ask Will. You're naming a lot of people who I don't follow, chat, or who don't follow me. That I have no connection to. So yeah, let me just text people that I don't know. You already have his number. Ask Great God X. Yeah. Let me just ask Greek God X. Ask Abe. Here, let me just DM Abe. I think Hassan's team needs you. They've been getting wrecked. This is true. I saw Hassan log in, immediately dead. I'm sure if you asked, they would invite you. Just ask Hassan for help. I don't know about all that. As long as nothing to do with it, it was Abe and Will, only 2 people. I'm getting a lot of conflicting information. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. No. I don't want to be invited anyway. How about that? All right. I don't want to be invited anyway. Just ask the Turk to help you. What do you take me for, chat? My number's just not big enough. That's all it is. That's all it is. And to be fair, I do have a lot of viewers for my low follower count. I'm just gonna say it. Like most people who have like 14,000 followers don't get hundreds of viewers. You have to do a do-rag stream with Abe to get invited. I'll do a do-rag stream with Abe to get invited. 100%. Maybe a Jinx got in. Yeah, Jinx has like 50,000 followers. My number's small. I don't have a lot of connections. You're a political commentator, bro. Does Jinx not do politics? It's fine. You know what? We're done with this politics stuff. It's over. We're done with it. We're done. We're moving on. I was just playing Rust with them last time. Yeah, that makes sense. John is actually a Valorant streamer. I am a Valorant streamer. When are you starting a right-wing grift arc? Soon. But it's fine. I just want to be thought about, all right? I don't know how yet, but I want people, when people are putting on events, they're like, what about this Sean guy? He's sick. Which means I probably have to be nicer to people. Your top 500 in Valorant, right? You mean in the game or like top 500 streamers who play Valorant? Because that one's probably likely. You inspire me. Thank you. I appreciate that. No way. It's not difficult, right? Most people who stream Valorant streams like 5 people. SNC needs people with the ability to shoot. He's missing out. Aren't teams limited to like 6 people in Rust? I played Rust back in the day. You aren't always gonna cover. You gotta reach out. Yeah, I had to know things are happening. I didn't know it was happening until like the day it started. So that also doesn't help. If it's not being put on by Cutie Cinderella, I don't notice it. It's not. It doesn't come up for me. I was living in a different time zone for most of them. Yeah, that's if that's the case, then it's L. I just gotta take it. You know what I mean? I just gotta take that. Donnie's a manager. Yeah. Did you know Pokimane started a management company? I don't remember what it's called, but she did. And I was like, I'm gonna manage me, Pokey. I mean, wait. I don't know how to fix that. Anyway, what was I talking about? Listen, it came out wrong, okay? Move to LA. Yeah, let me just move to LA and burn through all of my savings to just get you know, an apartment for like 3 months. LA is a scam. Yeah. I might move to Seattle. Is Seattle cool? Seattle's also expensive though. Have you considered simply moving to LA? Yeah. Didn't think of it. Hasn't crossed my mind. I've actually went to be invited to Kitty's events. It's only ever her friends. Plus AMP has token black people. I mean, they're what other events are there? Like genuinely. How do you check somebody's log? You're a mod. You can just pull up their logs. Okay, on Hazmat? No, you can. Just are you on Chatterino? Or are you on Twitch native chat? Native? If you click on anybody's name, you click on messages. Not messages. What is it? I hate Twitch native chat. Here. Go to this link and then replace Replace your name with the chatter's name. Make events with Ethan and Jarvis and Jordan. That could be fun. Oh yeah, let me just make events. With what money? The reason why nobody else does events is because they're expensive. Just get money? Yeah, just get money. Yeah, thank you. Let me just get money. That all streamers were millionaires? Dog, I wish. With the Chick-fil-A money. That's funny. Offer to be Ludwig's Black Ambassador and get paid. I've tried that. I said I'll be OTV's DEI instructor. I'll make bridges with OTK. You know, I'll build the bridges back up after I burn them. I don't think Ludwig would have me. I'm too mean to people. Streamers should be pulling together to create events. I hate that Cutie is monopolizing. I mean, to be fair, like, Cutie's not monopolizing. It's just that, like, small streamers do have events with each other. You know what I mean? But again, it just never gets the play because we're small streamers. You feel me? It's just how it is. Nobody cares about what small streamers are doing. That's what it is at its core. The industry as a whole is small. No one cares in general what streamers are doing. Everything else? What do you mean? Some guys at event companies should reach out with ideas. Look, I don't want to make events, chat. I want to be invited and just show up and be the hot guy that shows up and is dressed very well and that everybody loves. And then I go back home and people are like, hey, you're that hot guy from that one event. And I'm like, yes, I am. Flip hair, okay? Is that so wrong? Is that so wrong? That's what I want. Is that a crime? Exactly. Worst part of the my wedding was planning it myself. Exactly. Exactly. And I don't want to be a part of planning events because you have to worry about people not showing up. Also, who would go to my event if I planned it? Nobody. Because nobody knows me. Also, that's not how streaming spaces work. The point of events are to like reach out, outreach, network, collab. Who would do that for me? Nobody knows who I am. Gosh darn it. Apply for streamer camp. I don't even know if streamer camp is happening. Actually, no, I'm gonna check. Because the yeah, no, they haven't posted since August of last year. And the applications happened we're closing like today of last year, like 1 year ago, actually. Let me scroll back on Leslie's feed. Sorry, Leslie, I'm scrolling on your feed. Hopefully you don't have anything risque. That will get me banned or something. Oh, here. This is what streamer camp is for those who don't know.
Everybody has to start somewhere. It seems easy, but it isn't, is it? Most days, it just feels like you're talking to yourself. The good news is, it gets better. Sometimes all you need is a little push. And to that end, we're bringing back your favorite event for up-and-coming streamers. That's right. Streamer Camp is back. A total of 160 applications will be reviewed live on stream. 16 of the best applicants will be flown to LA, where they will live together for 4 days competing in various fun challenges. Only one will be crowned the winner, receiving a cash prize and a brand new PC setup. Applications open May 26th to May 28th.
Yeah. May 26th to May 28th of last year. So there hasn't even been an announcement yet. So is it happening or not? I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, you aren't aged enough. Were you here when we talked about that? We literally talked about this a couple of streams ago. About like representation in the streaming space and such. But she did post this the day of the application. So hope is not lost. I wasn't. We did talk about it a couple of days ago. Again, Twitch put on more things like that to help a small number of small streamers. Money probably. No, they do. It's called Twitch Rivals. And I've been invited to none of them. So it probably helped small streamers. Just not me. Twitch Rivals. A bunch of events that happen. Destiny 2, Party Animals. Multiverses. Minecraft. Yeah, and they have people here, just not me. Let's see all the Twitch Rivals I was a part of. Events 1, 0. Events entered, also 0. Maybe I missed something. All of it invitations, nothing. Maybe new ones. Under review, awaiting terms of acceptance, participating, not participating. Yeah. I feel like the small streamers that get invited to Twitch Rivals aren't really small anyway. I mean, they're like my size, just not me. But doesn't Twitch have a specific page for smaller streamers for people to discover organically? Harassment. Also, nobody would watch them. Right? We talked about this a lot, actually. Nobody would watch them. Trying to go? Thank you. I appreciate that. But a lot of people who are like, I watch small streamers, won't watch small streamers. At the core, they won't. China's the biggest small streamer advocate, like unironically. But they just won't. And even if they did, like they're not gonna grow. Not really. You feel me? Like the only way growth truly happens on Twitch is if you bring an audience from outside of Twitch onto Twitch, or if you have a if you have a bigger streamer that like co-signs you or whatever. And that's it. You're a pretty big streamer relatively. Most people are getting sub 1 viewer. I am. Right? I'm a relatively, I'd say a mid-sized creator. I wouldn't consider myself a small streamer anymore. But I do think so that say I'm one of the biggest advocates for smaller streamers. Or I try to be. We did like a whole talk 2 days ago, or 2 streams ago about like, or was it last stream? About like smaller streamers and why growing is so difficult. Do you make enough to make a living on your current view count? This is a good question. I have the ability to pocket all the money that I make because I live with my parents. And my student loan repayments haven't started yet. And I have another job. So I'm not the best person to ask about that. Could you make a living off of what I make streaming? Depends on where you live. Depends on your means. Depends on if you have roommates. But maybe. I'd say you could. But I'm not like rolling in it by any means. Sean could buy a Subway franchise out of pocket right now. Sure, I can put on the initial investment on a Subway franchise. But even then, I am, as Twitch Tracker says, I believe top 0.09% of all streamers in the world. Top 3,000 of all English speaking channels. Top 6,000 in the world, or 7,000 in the world, almost 6,000. And now I'm top 0.08% of all Twitch. That's depressing for me or for everybody else. To be discovered organically by viewers on a website where it's streaming to one viewer, you have to be in a category with less than 10 streamers, and people are going to click through every streamer with more viewers than you before it gets you, unless you have you're hot or have a thumbnail that's catchy. Yep, that's just the industry. For everyone else, I mean, yeah, saying how concentrated viewers are, that's just how it is. I bet I missed it. What do you do for your other job? I'm right here. I work with Gen Z for Change. They're the anti-Scott Pressler. Who's Scott Pressler? Do you think people grow more on YouTube making regular videos or streaming in general? Is Gen Z for Change hiring? I don't think so at the moment. You can always email the team email and say, I want to be hired. This is what I can do. That's not what I do. How does it change open source? It would be cool to contribute. Me and Sophia are the programmers, and we code. My code is mostly open source. Some things are just not on GitHub yet, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. Do you have any info on protests for the BB's visit coming up soon? No. I do digital strategy. Right, this is cool. Thank you. I am the digital strategist. I have no bio. Don't ask why. And so I work on like coding and stuff. If you need code that's hobbled together with no comments, hire me. I mean, that's what my code is basically. Anyway, this is what I do for my other job. I just support small art streamers. They're amazing artists. I get barely 100 viewers. Yeah. Oh, that's what I was saying. Oh, God, growing on the platform is so difficult. Just because, like, imagine you're a streamer, or you start streaming, and you have no established platform anywhere else. You have, like, you just decided to download OBS and you go live and you run a top of the hour ad break. Because at the top of the hour there is a 2-minute ad break. If you don't want to see the ads, all you have to do is subscribe. We're for free with the Twitch Prime or for $5 a month. If you don't have a Twitch Prime, you don't have $5 a month, then all you have to do is just wait to be gifted a sub as well. This is true, chat. I don't make the rules, but actually, I 100% make the rules. Here's the ad break right now. Anyway, as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by myself. What was I saying? Oh, streaming. Landscape, culture. Growing as a streamer is insanely difficult because for most of the reasons. One, there's not really any discoverability on Twitch for streamers, and even if there was, people just won't watch small streamers. Now, I'm not saying that you won't watch small streamers, particularly, because you might watch small streamers, but as an industry, most chatters are going to default to watching somebody, at least for the first time, that has numbers, right? Like they will. Everybody does this because watching Twitch streamers is an investment. If you are a viewer and you go to twitch.tv, but this is me. Don't go to my thing immediately. Jeez Louise, you're allowed. And you see somebody, you see people who are live, right? You are more likely to click on somebody who has a big number watching them than you do, or than you will for somebody who has like 10 viewers or whatever. That makes sense? Spot streamers with VIP people for gifted subs. This is true, as I've heard. Right? And so you're competing, even if you are a one viewer Andy on the front page, why would somebody click on your one viewer stream than somebody with 2.9K, right? 5K, 10K. What is Forsen doing? Whatever, it's fine. Why is Hutch just watching Hassan?
People have opinions, but nobody can tell you for sure. I don't know why you're laughing. I'm stating this. You guys are such freaks, bro. I take the time to like look into this stuff. Like I really try. Like if I'm not familiar with something, like when Oppenheimer came out, you know, like that motivated me to like, I had already, to be clear, I had already extensively read about the decision to drop those bombs. But I went back and I spent some time like, what did historians have to say about this? Okay, well, some people are saying...
Why is he watching Hassan? Who's the man? I don't know this dude. He's I just, you know him as like a reply guy on like Twitter, who always like replies to Hassan being like, you're a fake socialist or something. You know what I mean? I argued with that guy for over 5 years. They gotta make money somehow, I guess. I know why I watch Hassan, right? That's to farm his name for click. Oh, they're farming his name for clicks and drama. That makes sense. It worked on me. I clicked it. It worked on me. I was like, why is Hutch talking about Hassan right now? And I clicked it. Yeah. I respect it. Should I argued a year ago because I said it should be illegal to be a Nazi? Oh, he's a deorbiter. I thought he was more of a standard resistance lib. I don't know if he's a deorbiter or not. Loserbox does that every day. I'm aware of who Lonerbox is. I almost said something mean. I was gonna make fun of his face, but that was not gonna be nice of me. It isn't illegal to be a Nazi. Wait, I recognize her. Is she the person that did the... No, I might be thinking of a different white lady, right? The person who was like, do you really need anybody else? That thing, right? It's her? Okay. I was correct. That's what I know her from. I knew she looked familiar. That's a good clip. Let's see what she got going on.
Willy-nilly. I should not speak thoughtlessly or inappropriately on things that I don't fully understand, which is why there are certain topics that we're never going to talk about on stream. No matter how much you feel like I need to address them, I think you're right. I think they do need to be addressed, but I wonder why you feel like I need to be the one to address it for you right now. Take advantage of the Toronto summer and stream some sights for the people. Ripley's might be cool, a concert at Budweiser would be sick, Caravana too. Jay Keto, so that's such a beautiful idea. Thank you so much. I would also just like to highlight the incredible difference of experience that you might have doing that I might have doing that. So when I walk around in public, I get a certain amount of attention automatically. If I was to be holding a camera and filming myself, it makes me sick to my stomach to imagine what kind of attention I would get at that point. No politics in chat, thank you. Yeah, there is a really... It's not that complicated and I hate excuses.
Wait, hold on. No politics in chat from the planet is dying girl? Wait, hold on. Wait.
Then what the fuck
is this not her? Are we talking about a different person?
Then what the fuck is stopping us from just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying, the government hates us, the animals are leaving, the aliens aren't contacting us, we might be alone, it just might be you and me, but that's okay, because do you really need anyone else?
It's freaking loud. But it is a good clip. It is a good clip, I will say.
I put on pretty makeup today. That's not an excuse to ignore the nasty things that are going on in the world or the disgusting way that humans have hurt and destroyed one another. And your inference that I'm ignoring that is despicable. How dare you assume to know me and what I do in the 20 hours of my life that you have no part of.
All eyes on V. Okay, can I say that this is like a... Okay, I don't want to say she's a bad person. But like... It is a level of privilege to have... This was kind of gross. Yeah.
Exactly. The pressure for me to perform appropriately, say the right thing, make the right point, is a really specific type of pressure. I wonder if you've ever felt it in your life. Is the tea cold? No. The mud.
Is she victimizing herself because people want her to talk about Palestine? Okay, we're not watching this person anymore. But like, this is kind of crazy, right? That's kind of a wild thing to say. That's kind of a wild thing to say. And Kaiser, I know Kaiser. We're mutuals. I don't want to see people with good politics, chat. I want to see people with bad politics, all right? That's what I want to see. Also, yeah, chat, don't engage. Do not go to this person's stream at all. Also, some followers only chat. So if you follow to be like a shitter, then you deserve to be banned. Both here and there. One more peek.
I think we talk about things that are more uplifting. Women and children have rights. What a concept. Next they'll say that the pigs are flying. Magic words, politics is lose-lose. You should have been a teacher. I don't want to be, I do not want to be. Do you know how terrible it is being a teacher nowadays? If your child is caught plagiarizing schoolwork, the parents will blame you, the teacher, for not teaching the student better. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that for a fucking second.
She good. You know what? To each their own. To each their own. I just tuned in while their feet's on main. We were having a conversation about like being a streamer in the landscape, and I opened up twitch.tv to make a point, and I clicked on one stream, and it's just some dude watching Hassan talking about, listen, chat, hear me out. I've done extensive research about why we dropped the bombs. And I was like, oh, thanks, good. Thanks. I'm good. I'm all right. Appreciate it. And then I clicked on this stream because I was like, is this the girl who did this clip? Right? And chat was saying that they were. And I opened it up and she was like, don't talk about politics here. No politics in chat. Have you ever thought about why you were asking me specifically why to talk about politics? It's very weird. Very, very weird. You had the very dry humor, very sarcastic. Yeah, but like I don't think she was being sarcastic about no politics in chat, you know? Invader V under fire for shaming cheapskate viewers for not subbing. Okay. This has been done already, right? Oh, wait, this is her too. Oh, well, the clips are gone. Guess we'll never know what was done. Yeah, Bad Bunny did it first, as Dex Hurdo points out. On the Black Findom arc, yeah. I actually thought that was a joke. I think it was a joke. I think it's part of her brand. Pretty sure she was rage baiting. I think so as well. Anyway, the point that I was making is not about either of these people.
Being a teacher is sick. Not a school teacher, though. Teaching is excellent. Being a school teacher is awful. You'd be a hot soccer mom. I could definitely see it.
I assume the feet are like a part of the show. Which, I mean, you know what? To each your own. Sure. I have no beef. No beef with this. Can we please leave? We left. The point that I was making, right? The legs and the feet are always part of the stream. I mean, good for her. It doesn't show like that. It was a part of the show, no? I clicked on one stream, Twitch. A single stream. One time. Why? Whatever. Okay. The point that I'm making, or that, what even was the point that I was making? Streamers growing as a small streamer. Okay, I'm gonna get this off the screen. I'm sorry. Growing as a small streamer is very difficult because Twitch does not offer many tools to fix. I'm gonna say fix the algorithm. To discover up and coming streamers, for one. Number two, even if you somehow find a small streamer, right? It is an investment as a viewer to click on the small streamer, right? Is an investment for the viewer to click on a small streamer, right? And take a chance on that streamer when they could go to somebody that has a bigger number, right? If I click on FanFan, right, I'm probably going to have a reasonably enjoyable time because there are 3,000 other people who are all watching FanFan who you can assume are having an enjoyable time. But when there's somebody who has 10 viewers, as a viewer, do you want to invest your time watching that person who may not be enjoyable because they have not been tested as such, right? And that's on top of like the chatting experience of a larger stream. Also, you got to sit through a pre-roll as well. Unless you have Twitch Turbo, which I do. Shout out Twitch Turbo. Not sure. Mildly attractive and show some skin. Do it, Sean. You're right. No, I'm not. No. What do you take me for? And when you click on a bigger streamer, you get recommended people who are also viewed by their viewers who are also bigger streamers. Yeah. Sleeveless shirt, Sean. Arc. Yeah. Under 1K is more fun because more interaction with streamers. Harlot? That's insane. That's crazy. You have to take your clothes off if you insult rich men. True. 1987. Yeah, like what are you, chatter? So growing is very difficult. So the point that I was making, back to like events as a streamer, right? A way to bypass that entire interaction and not wait until a viewer notices you is to be put in front of somebody else's audience, right? FanFan has a 3,000 follower viewer audience. So if a viewer with 10 viewers collabs with FanFan, right, they get to skip over that process of those viewers organically finding you, right? Have a direct line to you so you can showcase how talented or funny or attractive you are, right? And that's why collaborations are so important. But even on top of that, events do that even better because events are events and they have a higher overall viewer count than collaborations do, right? Perfect example, if I go to my numbers, right? And we look at how my numbers were in January, right here, and how that jumped up in February after the Streamer Awards, and then jumped up after the drama that I did, Kendrick Lamar stuff as well. Right, so I went from having 5,000 followers to immediately having 10,000 followers within a month. And now I'm at almost 15,000 followers within a few months of that because of the Streamer Awards. Which I have you considered that the viewers will naturally trickle down because that's how things work. Thinking, yeah. Pre-roll ads are horrible for small streamers. They are given a chance to see the stream was worth it. Sitting their ads. I think I got here, or I subbed to you, but I never watched the channel till around that time. Really? Interesting. I think one of the biggest problems, in my opinion, nobody wants to wait 30 seconds to see they like what they clicked on. Yes. And the only way to stop pre-roll ads is just to not make money at all. Right? If you reject your affiliateship or partnership or whatever, and you like deny your contract, that contract is just like the standard partner contract. And then yeah, you don't run any ads at all. Or you run at least 30 seconds of ads every 30 minutes or something like that, then pre-rolls are turned off. But you have to manually run ads. So yeah. Other than that, there's no other way to grow on Twitch or from streaming. Right? Outside of collaborations and bringing an established audience. There's just no features for Twitch to. And also, like, I'll defend Twitch here a little bit. There's just too many streamers. And not everybody can succeed. You know what I mean? It sucks. And I still stand by that. I think everybody has something unique to offer. But like, there's too many. There's too many people. And so I do think that like people who do events can try and be a little bit better as it pertains to making sure that there are new faces. But like, you know what I mean? April 2024, Twitch had approximately 7.3 million active streamers, down from this peak of 9.8 million from January 2021. Yeah, but I'm talking about before 2021, right? I'm talking about 2020, 2019, 2018, right? It was very easy to, like, you know, if you got a following somehow, some way, then like you were in like events. There were even like political events as well, apparently, that I learned about. Like Gremlo. They're like debate panels and stuff. They had the Raj Patel show, right? You had other events. And if you went to one event, you know, you were in another event, you were in another event, you were in another event. Right? And so it's a little bit different now because it's still a lot of people and a lot of large streamers. Even taking like into account the peak from 2021, right? The 9.89 million. There are a lot of large streamers now, like people who are making like insane numbers. Right? So yeah, like a couple of dozen people who had like hundreds of thousands of viewers, and that was the collection of viewership was that during COVID. But now you have less people making like hundreds of thousands of viewers besides events and stuff. But now you have more streamers that have 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 viewers, right? Instead of having like Ninja, who has, 200,000 people watching him play Fortnite or whatever. Now you have 5 or 6 different people who spread out that number. Right? There were people like Kai and Hassan, the biggest streamers, were all pre-2018. This is also true. Who's Hassan? Don't worry about it. Not important. There's also a good point. Companies like Elgato and Rode are banking on streaming content creation dream. True. Elgato has made it their mission to appeal to like the American dream of the online streamer. And that is pretty interesting. It's kind of like just capitalism in a nutshell. But it's still kind of crazy. Don't forget to mention that viewer collectives typically interchange between the top 5 streamers. Yes. Even though it's a little bit better now, but it's still like the top 100 streamers share all the viewers for the most part. Right? That's just how it is. That's just the industry. I said all that. In conclusion, everybody should invite only me, Sean the Black, to all the events. That's my conclusion. Me, I should be invited. Me, only me, personally me. Thank you very much. Sean, the only creator. True. True and based in real and based in true. Me. Exactly. I know we're having a serious convo. We're going to watch the Summer Games Fest. I don't know what that is. No, but seriously, I stand by it. That's my serious answer. I do stand by it. But I was going to say, it's a replacement for E3. Oh, rest in peace, E3. COVID killed it. But do you game? Sometimes. It's going to be on June 7th-ish. Oh, then definitely not. I will not be streaming June 7th. I will be on a flight. If you invite every black person to your event and not Sean, you are racist. FYI, true. It was dead before COVID. But COVID killed it, though. Is that LA or Japan? Definitely not Japan. Japan's in November. Anyway, I just think that not Jamaica either. I just believe that, or I'm mostly just thinking out loud. As I said before in some stream you can probably find on my VOD channel or something. Getting into the industry is the difficult part. It's so difficult. As it becomes more and more corporate, especially with these events, less and less small streamers are gonna be shown at risk. It hurts the views, i.e. sponsor money. Yeah. But I think it's less this from Twitch's perspective, maybe, but from like events from like Cutie and like Ludwig and stuff, or like Abe who put on this the rest event with Will, right? I think it's less malicious in like this regard and more, it's they just want to game with their friends, and I'll stand by this. I just think that most streamers don't want the responsibility of like shouting out or putting on or discovering new talent and taking the risk there. They just want to go live and play games with their friends. And if they just happen to like collab with somebody who's a smaller streamer, whether it be on like GTA RP or whether it's on like they're playing like a lobby of Among Us that somebody else brings in a small streamer, and like, oh, this is a cool person, I don't mind collabing with them, right? They're not gonna go out of their way to do it, you know? It comes with risk for sure, which is why people stick to the friends or people they meet IRL. Yeah. And if you're a small streamer, you're just kind of out of luck. Just a little bit. A little bit. But this is why it's important to at least diversify a little bit about the people who are in these events and stuff, right? Because you might not want to risk being associated with somebody, but somebody at some point in the circle of connections, that's what as I've drawn before, right? Somebody needs to be willing to be like, hey, I'm going to bring in this person that I tangentially know and take a risk on them. And hopefully they're not burned. So now other people start collabing with them as well, right? And if everybody does that and they bring in one small streamer, right, it would be a more diverse space of smaller streamers. Because then those streamers are now a part of the industry and they can bring in the other people around them. Oops, that's a wrong circle. Right? And so now this person may collab with this person, which means that this person is now safe for this person to collab with. And then this person, right? Which means that this person is also safe for this person, and then this person. And now you have smaller streamers also collabing with bigger streamers, right? And the industry is not specifically the same people collabing with each other. But again, they're friends, right? If this was a business, this would make sense. But again, they're friends with each other, which is where it gets weird. Because people don't usually leave their friend group. Because why would they? You know what I mean? I'll just type in that most of the events a streamer driven can stand would be more diverse in multiple ways. It's just such a cop out because every year Twitch becomes the server for the streamer awards when it's literally the same 25 people being celebrated. I mean, to be fair, I was celebrated. You know what I mean? What's stopping you from doing this now by collaborating with streamers smaller than you? Who's to say that I don't? You know what I mean? That's not going to change this dynamic. It's just going to be this, but now it's me in the middle. It's the same thing. I was collab with that small upgrade streamers. Hassan, you want to go? True. Name 5 smaller streamers. I can start naming my community. Because I have a lot of streamers in my community. Right? But also doesn't change the fact that this still applies to me as well. Right? If this is me, or if this is me, same concept. But I also think that people smaller than me would benefit from not just collabing with me, but also the people at the top as well. So yeah, I could be this person in the middle, but that's not changing the fact that Twitch is still like this. If this is me, it's like 1,000 people. And sure, like a streamer who has 1 viewer can go from 1 viewer to 10 viewer. That doesn't change the fact that this is still only 1,000 people when like there are millions of people on the platform. And so if a bunch of small communities do this, which they do, that's not going to change the fact that Twitch is still extremely top heavy. You know what I mean? Like insanely top heavy. And that it's going to be more, it would be more beneficial if this happens with somebody with 10,000 or 100,000 viewers. You know what I mean? Step one, get mansion. Step two, make small streamers watch Joe Rogan. Exactly. But you get what I mean? It's possible for an industry like this to not be top heavy. Seem like them's the breaks. I mean, yeah, but it doesn't mean we can't wish for more, for better, right? Which streamers do as well. Do, right? Because again, I brought up, darn it, where did I put it? Streamer camp, right? This exists because everybody in the industry understands that sometimes streamers just need a break, right? They just need to be put in front of people to showcase their talents. So like, yeah, I could shout out somebody, as I do, to like my 400 people watching me, right? But that's not what streamers necessarily want or even need to get to my position. You feel me? Because at its core, it doesn't matter when a song goes live. I can shout out like 10 small streamers and boost their numbers up, and they're all getting like 15 concurrent viewers. Sick. Hassan goes live. Nobody's watching any of us anymore. Everybody's going to watch Hassan. So that's a different issue that's just not necessarily going to be changed by the top heaviness. I think the way you flatten the structure, though, is to build a network of smaller streamers and invite bigger creators into the collab. No. But like that doesn't make any sense because you still need connections with those bigger creators, those bigger streamers. You feel me? How is a network of small streamers supposed to get a big streamer into the collab? You know what I mean? Why would they? The other platforms don't have much difficulty. YouTube and TikTok are harder to gather followings. Hard to gather followings, but much easier than Twitch. I see the possibility of Twitch doing something different and better somehow. It's just that like Twitch as a platform for the way that it exists, I think in its growth did a lot, like misstep a lot of ways, right? I think one of the ways was just the inflation of like streaming budgets. So like everybody streamed to try to get that contract or whatever, because streamers were getting millions of dollars. And it grew as an industry entirely too quickly without being profitable enough, right? Compare that to TikTok. Doesn't have that problem because TikTok's not paying people. You know what I mean? If you are a multi-million follower account on TikTok, you're not getting paid by TikTok as your lion's share of your income, right? That's through brand deals and sponsorships and stuff, right? And on YouTube has had an established platform and presence since like 2007. And so it's been around longer than Twitch, and had a way to establish a place for, you know, just creativity in general, not necessarily making money, right? You can see people who post on YouTube as a way to, you know, document things, as a way to, like, as an archive. There's not a position where somebody is on Twitch not trying to make money. I think that's why it's different. You feel me? You get tears of audience and spam me because on TikTok you get a 60K audience. True. Top streamers need the smaller streamers. Otherwise, you have Jinx with 100K viewers that aren't viewing you. So collabing with small streamers, I'll step at the top if that makes sense. What do you mean? I don't understand. It does not make sense to me. what you said. Isn't that the case with almost all of the streamers? Political frogs are already too few compared to the general Twitch audience. So the viewers will always be shared. And Twitch already limited in the first place. Yes. TikTok has a creator fund, but that's I'm not sure how that money works. It's there, but like you don't make a lot of money off the creator fund, right? Most of the money TikTokers are making, if they're making money, is through brand deals and sponsorships and sponsored posts. You know what I mean? Okay, but have you thought about Germa? Like in general? I think he's crossed my mind at certain points. You need to constantly feed viewers back. You don't always get viewers and retain them. People grow up and get bored and watch other stuff. So you want to constantly evolve and get new viewers. Yes. Sure. I forgot the point that I was making. Working with small viewers can help that. Small streamers? Not really. Not really. Unless you're gonna you're not gonna happen upon like a Jinxie collabing with small streamers. You know what I mean? Like people didn't collab with Jinxie until Jinxie hit the numbers that Jinxie was hitting. Right? In the same way, like Kai is a great example. And how Kai talked about how he felt like slighted. Let me see. Trying to find the clip. Kyro Crave Black Streamer Awards hosted by Kevin Hart. That's pretty funny. I'm trying to find it where Kai talked about being like left out of like events. Here, I'll maybe this r/miskiff post will like give me the answers I'm looking for. When I look for answers, I go to r/miskiff.
From Aiden.
Okay. Now I feel like some of the I don't know. I feel like a lot of the Pogger niggas are probably weird as fuck.
Yeah, me too.
I don't feel
Which
like
ones you think are weird?
Look, SUC, you're him, but I know you're just like a weird as fuck. I don't know. Like you're cool.
Okay.
Like I love SUC, but like I feel like it'd be like it's not
Wow,
gonna
so
feel
you
the
said-
same. If I like how I met when I met y'all niggas.
So you're saying fuck all the juicers.
I love the juicers. But I don't know how the vibe would be.
Wait. No. This is a lot more interesting to me. OTK members discuss why the Poggers community isn't producing new streamers and says it's down to cancel culture. No, that's interesting to me. I am now interested in this article specifically. That's hilarious. That's so funny. That's so funny. It came out 2023, February 19, 2023. In a recent stream, OTK members gathered to discuss the current state of the Poggers community and how they haven't had any new streamers on the horizon for the group. The broadcast was held on Twitch channel belonging to Nick, NMP lol. I'm in? What do you mean by that? What? You're in where? What do you, what do you, oh, you can chat. Is that what you mean? I'm invested? Oh, I was so confused for a second. I was like, what do you mean? For those unfamiliar with streamer lingo, Poggers refers to a group of English-speaking Twitch streamers and YouTube creators who collaborate frequently, showing up in each other's live streams and in videos often. Their approach is usually quite informal, which is why their fans find their streams relaxing. As a result, they share a large portion of audience and community. Poggers community gets its name from the well-known emote called Poggers, which is frequently used in Twitch chat. Speaking of how the group has plateaued over time. Melina, content creator and NMP's partner, remarked, "I blame cancel culture." Oh, that's funny.
The perfect stereotypes of so many characters.
Hello?
Whether it was like Candyland or Canute.
Didn't Cutie Cinderella come from there?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I mean, even like me and Miz.
This is the problem with the Poggers community. We're not getting
the perfect stereotypes of so many characters. Whether it was like Candyland or Canute.
Didn't Cutie Cinderella come from there?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I mean, even like me and Miz.
This is the problem with the Poggers community. We're not getting any new blood. We got extremely. We've already taken her.
I agree, man. That's I always say that.
I blame cancel culture because if you guys could host shows like that without being scared of what's happening.
To be honest, we can still do it.
We can't really do it.
No, you cannot do that nowadays. No, not when you're tied to other people.
No, she's 100% right. It's cancel culture that stopped us from doing it.
No, but
people getting afraid that people on streams are going to cancel you, you're going to get banned. That stopped a lot of people doing it.
Am I wrong in thinking that like those shows were not like bad? There were an occasional contestant would come on.
But think about it, they weren't that bad back then. But now imagine now.
Oh, they're talking about like the panel shows. Okay. I understand what they're saying now. Not that I agree with it, but I understand. They're saying that they can't do like the same panels that they did before because they're afraid that somebody's gonna come on. You're talking about like Raj Patel. You can't do shows like that anymore because you're gonna get canceled. Which, to be fair, I mean maybe you might get canceled for doing such things. Now I can't promise you won't. It'd be bad now because there's actually people saying genocide is good. Actually, that's also pretty true.
18, they weren't getting that canceled, but imagine nowadays. It'd be over.
Why even complain about it if you know it's wrong then?
The perfect stereotypes of so.
I really hate this whole cancel culture is real narrative in general, though. I agree, which is why I was confused for a second. It's like what they were talking about when they said cancel culture. Because it's not necessarily cancel culture. It's you did things that aren't really great. Which, you know what I mean? I think they agree with like you can't do that stuff anymore, right? I think they're saying it's a different time and that you got away with that stuff back then and you won't get away with that stuff now, which I do think I agree with the idea. Now, if you look at what OTK is kind of talking about, not all of them, but some of them, I don't know if that's necessarily true. When you have like certain members laughing at the police brutalized. No, never mind. Never mind. It didn't happen. I'm talking about nothing. I'm talking about nothing. Move on. Yeah. Yep. Members of the popular live stream failed subreddit, of course, shared their thoughts on the OTK, One True King members' comments about the podcast community stagnating. And while some users expressed their agreement, others countered with the view stating that the podcast community has evolved over time. A few members noted that the community audience has grown and moved beyond the type of content that was popular on Twitch. Even if this was true, right, not evolving with your audience growing is still like a criticism of that, you know? It's still like, yeah, bring in new blood. Clifton shipped, you're on Let It now. Rip me. Extra Emily literally done Lover host and is younger and came up because she got the chance. All it took was them actually talking to her rather than ignoring a new streamer. It's not that they aren't trending, it's that they changed. They got comfortable with the groups to stream with and mostly stopped talking to new people. Wait. I actually agree with this comment. They interacted with somebody like Emily and or the Emaru. The Emaru, I like that. And they get someone new and some good streams. 99% of the problem is they aren't willing to contact newer streamers or invite people on stream. Yeah, I actually agree with this, which is what a criticism of like the space in general. To a certain extent, I do understand as well, because there is risk there, right? There is risk there in bringing in and talking to new people. However, if you don't do that, right, you're going to get this, right? You're going to get a stagnation, if you will. Is what I was trying to say. The old popular streamers need new blood, so they should work with smaller streamers. It helps them. But taking risk on each other, they weren't all friends at the start. Different times, I guess. They literally do those now, though. Y'all know because y'all don't watch them. No, I do know. They're doing like OTK's top streamer now, right? But it is they're complaining about it. So it's not that we're like mischaracterizing what they're saying. They're complaining about it right now, here. So there is truth to this. That was back then, but that's what we're talking about in general. Not currently. I think it's the representative of the space as a whole. Debate one, sure. Right, I still think this is representative of the space as a whole, right? In that the established creators are more comfortable talking to each other because they're friends and they don't necessarily want to take a chance on up and coming streamers, right? In the same way as they used to, right? And that's just how we've arrived at this space, right? Because even like remove OTK from it, talk about like OTV, right? I mean, they brought in Sydney, Jody, and John like 3 years ago, and they collab with other people. You feel me? Like OTK and friends, the roomies and stuff, but like that's kind of like where it stays. And again, I don't necessarily think it's their job to bring in new streamers or smaller streamers, but I think it doesn't help with the fragmented way that the streaming landscape is, you know, the streaming landscape is kind of exists as. You feel me? We're good at talking. You don't have a problem speaking to new people. That's what being a good entertainer is. The art of being a good host has been lost. True. So I don't think that begging the big streamers to share their views is going to get us to a place where smaller streamers thrive. If you think that I'm begging big streamers to share their views, you don't understand what I'm saying or the industry at all, right? Nobody's saying, oh, please, big streamer, please let me get a crumb of your views, right? But the industry as it exists is one that exists because of collaboration, right? Historically, that's what they're talking about in the clip. In the clip, they're talking about shows that they were doing that had smaller up and coming talent come on and show, you know, their personality and what they exist as and why it is, like, you know, they're in, like, why they should be like in the space, right? And that's a good thing. It's a thing that is happening like now, currently. It does happen. Like OTK top streamer or streamer camp. It does happen, right? And the alternative is these things are not happening, like, and they don't happen at all. And like the streaming space becomes more insular. And then you'll have Kai or AMP that become popular on their own and now don't want to collaborate with the previous, you know, big top streaming, like, you know, groups, because they feel slighted by those groups. They weren't included. They weren't invited when they were up and coming. And now when they have clout, they want to be included, right? Yeah, they don't need them, right? The same thing we see with Jinxie and Queso and how they have their own space because they don't need to collab. They have no reason to show up things like the Streamer Awards, because when they were getting bigger and they were a smaller streamer, nobody reached out to them. Nobody looked down at the small people, right? Who were grinding, who were trying to make a streaming industry. It was like, I'm going to help out this person, right? I'm going to raid this person. I'm going to shout this person out. They never did that. And so when they get so big organically on their own, which happens, but very rarely, now they don't want to turn back around and like, okay, I'm going to collab with you now, right? Which is how we get an industry that is so fragmented, right? And that's not even talking about like Kick and that whole thing, right? Before you get into like the controversies, right? Before that, right? Or even besides that, you have like streamers who just, they just don't collab with each other because the previous leaders of the industry didn't try to collab with them. So why would they turn around and like reach back out? And that's going to continue to happen until at some point somebody puts their pride aside and are like, okay, let's see what smaller streamers have to offer. Let's see what a new streamer got going on. Because if you don't do that, guess what? There's going to be a next new streamer who blows up, gets super popular, and then like goes off, becomes the top streamer. And then they also don't want to collaborate with other people either. For that same reason. It's going to be a cycle, a self-fulfilling prophecy, until somebody like puts their pride aside and does that. You know what I mean? To be fair, Cutie did try that. She's even at the top. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen as often as it did, right? Because how do you think these organizations got to the place they were? How do you think OTK, OTV, even like AMP, like how do you think these organizations even started, right? They started it because somebody was popping a little bit and they like, it was like, oh, I'm gonna collab with this person and collab with this person and collab with this person. And they started collabing with a bunch of people consistently. They made a group. It was a group thing now. You feel me? The problem comes is that they don't continue to do that. And then the group becomes a group and it's still a group and it's still a group and it's still a group. And as that audience that watched that group ages out, there's no new audience coming in, right? Things get stale. Right? That's just how it works. Ages out, well, I'm super old. Massacre was literally made that way. Yeah, and that's just how it always happens. Right? Oh, I was looking for the, like what Kai said about like due to the industry are going to fall and young creators are going to take their place. I'm suggesting that creating a culture of free association between smaller streamers seems more likely to create a space you try to want to get in with. OTK? What do you mean? I'm suggesting that creating a culture of free association between smaller streamers seems more likely to create a space you want to get in with OTK. I was then trying to get in with OTK. I mean, sure, but like, do you think that like Jinxie is like the norm for streamers? Great example, right? Artistry. Take rappers, take like musicians, artists. Do you think artists can get to like Drake level of stardom, right? Without getting features from other established artists? Right? Because that's what we're talking about. Drake wouldn't even got on the ground. It wasn't for single didn't have Eminem, Wayne, and Kanye on it. Yeah. Nicki did it. Did she though? Because Nicki also came up around the whole, you know, Wayne enterprise. They were just saying, but it seems like here's a hierarchy in place. But that's what the industry is. You think there's gonna be like, we're not gonna like anarchy, like, you know, abolish the hierarchy of the streaming space. That's what the industry is. Even if you were to tear down the entire streaming industry and start it again for tomorrow, everybody's at zero, you're still gonna have people who have bigger numbers, right? It's a luck-based industry, just like how music and artistry is a luck-based industry, right? And we talk about the fact that being marginalized, being black, being a woman, being trans, specifically in the gamer space, means that it's harder for you to even grow in the first place, means that it's not a meritocracy. It doesn't matter how much work you put in, right? It's just a little bit harder for you to make it than it is for somebody who's like, you know, the default, if you will. Right? But okay, great example. What are your thoughts on affirmative action? Can't really change that 90% of the consumers are looking for something specific. They're just looking for what's in front of them, popular. Exactly. Exactly. And that's just how the industry works. I'm not saying it's good, but that's how the industry works. I heard everything you're saying. I'm just posing possible solutions. And I am also giving you possible solutions, just something that's more likely to work. And so, yes, as a small streamer, you can like collaborate with other small streamers, which is what people do. Take like the GTA RP community. Before big streamers got involved, you had a bunch of smaller streamers, right, who would like collab with each other. You know what I mean? But it was still a small community. You feel me? It was still a small community. Right? It's tiny. It was close. They all collab with each other, but it was still small. Until, let's say, XQC brought his like 50,000 concurrent viewer base into this. And he injected his 50,000 concurrent viewers in 2020, 2021 into the GTA RP community. And it's gonna be like all like large streamers. This is a standard for like large streamers. Now, the numbers for every one of these streamers goes up. Because now more people are interested in the GTA RP community. Right? So yes, they can just be like, you know, we're gonna, you know, just collab with ourselves. It's just us. We don't need big old XQC to give us any viewership. But that's where they're gonna stay. Because at its core, most people are not going out to look for GTA RP. You know what I mean? Most people are not being like, I want to listen or watch some GTA RP right now. Right? Not because GTA RP is boring, but it just didn't have the visibility, right? It didn't have the eyeballs. It didn't have the popularity to get people to care about it. And what a bigger streamer co-signing it did was it added legitimacy, it added the eyeballs, it added the popularity, and everybody in the industry benefited from it. Everybody. Right? I'm not saying that it's good, but I'm just saying that it happens. Do you make any money from the ads on the channel point reward ads? Oh, that's just telling me to run the ads. So I do make money off of it because if somebody redeems it, I just run ads. It doesn't run ads automatically. You know what I mean? So now imagine take out GTRP. Now put in like black people. Black people. Right? We're in a space where people, like in a space, a gamer space, that people are like kind of notoriously racist. It is harder for black people to grow, right? Organically in this space. It could happen, right? But it is harder for black people to organically grow in this space. So yeah, black people can collaborate with each other. Have you seen a streamer that pretend to be white guys with a viewer? I have seen that. It was pretty funny. This is only really this is really the only way to grow. You should have to change you would have to change consumers on personal habits, which is way less likely. Yeah. Way more unlikely. I agree. Right? And so because of this disparity, and because it is harder for, I mean, you don't have to say black people, women, trans people, right? Gay people, insert marginalized people here. It's the same concept. Black women. Oh, don't even get started on intersectionality. Black women. Boom. Right? It's so much harder for marginalized people to grow in the space that it is significantly less likely to happen organically. Where you said women there was low-key a red flag. I couldn't figure out if it was women with an E or an A. That's why I said it like that. I was like, women. I was like, is it with an E or an A? Not an A, sorry, an O. Gosh darn it. Or a, whatever, you know what I mean? An A or an E. Gosh, you know what I meant. An A or an E. You guys are messing me up. You guys are. Yeah. A singular, E is plural. Thank you. You know what? I'm going to do this. Yeah. WAEIOUMEN. True. True. Anyway, the point that I'm making, gosh darn it, chat. Focus. The point that I'm making, right? You know what? Womexen. Take the men out of women. Womexen. Indeed. Focus. Because it's so hard for marginalized people to organically grow, especially in the gamer space, right? that honestly, one of the only ways for them to grow at all is for a collaboration with a like larger identified entity. Other than that, guess what you're gonna get, chat? Because there is precedent for this happening. So let me not scroll my bookmarks over here because it might be something bad. But there is a precedent for this happening. We talked about it 2 days ago. This happens. This. If you let the chips fall where they lie, and people only collab with people that they know, right? You get this. Because the people at the top are more likely to be of the default that the viewers like to watch, right? Unless there is a like vested or direct, goal of making sure that diverse voices are heard. That's the point. Yeah, but Logan can say that he's still bringing eyes to the scene and that's what he cares about and boosting his friends. But he did acknowledge that it would be weird if it was only, white dudes and Liam. Good news is I know one black player invited to Ludwig's event. Actually, there's 3 or 2 or 4. I don't know actually. He made another tweet talking about wait, where'd it go? Did he not make a tweet? Did I miss this? He 100% made a tweet, right? I saw another tweet that he made being like, here are more people that are invited. I'll have to check. Was it in the video? No, it wasn't in the video. Oh, he didn't post. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. He didn't post it on his main. He posted it on Mogul Moves. That has like significantly less followers than his main one does. I just want to be real. But now there's women here and black people and black people. Is he black? Black people and cutie and women. Ow. I stopped myself with a pen. What, he's black? Just gotta check and make sure. Looked a little bit in a cat and a dog. They're taking off all. They're taking every single diversity point. I respect it. I respect it. I come into you screaming black people. I can scream it louder. Black people, you wanna steal you better hide your wallet, cause they'll take that to a black people. Black people, a real big family. Have you ever heard that song before, chat? The Black People song. I'm gonna play it. Oh, did it get taken down?
This song is dedicated to a certain kind of people, which just so happens to be my my favorite kind of people. You know, the ones that, you know,
y'all didn't hear this?
to them and it all of a sudden it gets dark. I mean, you know, your best friend is, you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah. Black people, I'ma steal your shoes. You better hide your wallet, cause I'ma take that too. Black people. Hey.
Y'all have never heard this before.
Black people, one big family with a really big bucket of KFC. Black people. Seriously,
This was
like all of us are.
everywhere when I was like 12.
I ran into an old amigo named Juan Luis. The Mexican called me Apple cause we both hang from trees. Now I kind of took that in a joking way. But was he talking about monkeys or the KKK? We don't get sunburnt, just ashy knees. And we don't chew tobacco, but we will smoke weed. Puff, puff, pass like the train that could. And we can't
Here
spell
we go.
neighbors.
No, this is a re-upload. I don't know where the actual video went, but he may have deleted it because it's quite not the best look. Oh no, it's still there. No, don't worry about it. It's still, well, the feminist song is still there. The black song may not be there. This is a black guy, by the way. Yeah, the black people and white people songs are gone. The Republican, he made a Republican song? Okay, I'm curious about this now. Gosh darn it, why would you do this to me?
So we call it the hood. And most of us would die with a finger on the trigger. I guess that's why they say I'm just a filthy little fish. Choking chicken, eating melon, sucking lone fetus, weed smoking long penis. Well, you get the picture. They try to keep us out the White House again, but just like all White Houses, one of us broke in. And welfare and diapers is all we got. If you don't wear my favorite color, then you might get shot. My favorite color is purple, by the way. A black woman came to me to bash my song. I told her all blacks are Democrat, now prove me wrong. Black people, I'ma steal your shoes. You better hide your wallet, cause I'ma take that.
How long does this go?
Black people. Hey.
Go for a while.
Black people, one big family with a really big bucket of KFC. Black people. And it doesn't have to be KFC. We like Popeye's biscuits too. Hey, hey, hey. What's a black song without any rap in it, right? Yo, check it.
He raps in the black song.
Yeah, yeah. It always starts out that way, right? Yeah. Now there's a line between discriminating and not in different places. You are if you use the N-word, but if you're black, then you're not racist. I mean, well, I guess you can. Just not around your black friends. You'll get jumped by every cousin, including the one behind that trash can. Now, let me tell you a story back before America was stolen. There were two tribes of black people, the Indians and the Po ones. The Indians were like caramel. The Po ones were like Sharpies. I guess that's why they called them pilgrims and why they called us darkies. The Indians had all the horses, land turkeys, the geniuses. The Po ones killed their horses, took their hair and their penises. But there's not really a moral to the story though, except that we will steal your goodies, and that is how the story
goes.
goes.
2014. Okay.
Except that we will steal your goodies, and that
it was 2014.
Is how the story goes. Black people, I'ma steal your shoes. You better hide your wallet, cause I'ma take that too. Black people.
Only 10 years ago.
Hey.
What are you doing to your algorithm? This isn't my main account, thankfully.
Black people,
my stream account.
One big family with a really big bucket of KFC. Black people.
Because the song is 420. Interesting.
Black people, since 70.
People go hard on mute. The visuals are racist too. Extremely.
Going broke, making cheap cars taller than you. Black people. Okay, you gotta admit, we do have some nice rims though, right? Black people, front porch monkey with a blunt and a banana. Ooh, I-E-E.
Insanely racist. But he made one about white people too, so he was like, oh no, he made one about white people, so like it's even, right? And so you had white people who were like singing this song, and you were like, dog, what are you singing? You're like, oh no, don't worry, he made one about white people too. He called them the C word. Now I have to find that. White people song. This one was also deleted. apparently, for some reason.
This song is dedicated to a certain kind of people, which just so happens to be my other favorite kind of people. You know, the ones that like to, you know, hurt themselves, bro. Skateboard ollie, bro.
I would never.
Split your lip, bro. Kick me in the nuts, bro. You get what I'm saying, right? White people, I get bullied in school. I can't wait till I'm a cop so I can bully you. White people.
All right, that's enough of that, because the black people song, totally fine. This one, definitely get me banned. Would 100% get me banned. Let's be entirely real. I want to hear the Republican song though. I was able to ban you for the white people song. I just wanted to show you guys that it existed.
My fellow Republicans, we have gathered here today to make America great again. God bless America, God bless Christopher Columbus, and God bless the Confederacy.
We working hard. We got jobs. Snowflakes here? Just got robbed. Loved you louder for it. Hot dogs on buns. God bless America with guns on guns. We all wear suits. America rules. We use our rights to shoot up schools. COVID is fake news. Nobody in the morgues. No mask. I got a right to breathe like George. Do you speak English? Kinda, sorta. No go that way. Stay off our borders. They all illegal. That's all that matters. Build that wall. All lives matter. Don't wanna pay no taxes. That's my guap. Blue lives matter. That's my cop. My 5-year-old.
Two George Floyd jokes in the same song is insane.
Because I taught her that. But I'm not racist, bro. My cousin's daughter's black. We all religious. I mean Christian, baby. Shout out to white Jesus. And Tom Brady. And Donald Trump. And our first lady. Screwing EBT. That's only for the lazy.
What about them Democrats?
They're snowflakes and snowballs. They're gay and lazy socialists. Wanna take my guns because they're so soft. They're handicapped and they own the news. That's why the media is so false. If you want the truth, turn to Fox News. Turn everything else off. Screw Obamacare, Trump care, that's efficient. We pro-life. Your baby is my business. If we win, we win.
A little bit.
But if Biden get it, then the votes are rigged. And China did it. There you have it, folks. Voter fraud is
I'm gonna be real. I expected better. It's kind of like low-hanging fruit, you know? It's kind of low-hanging fruit. Like I didn't know it couldn't like commit to the I'm a Republican bit, but he didn't really commit to the I'm a Republican bit. He was also taking jabs at Republicans, like, you know, white Jesus, we love guns and whatever. The intro did go kind of crazy, I will say. What happened to the people songs? Oh, there's a response video. Interesting. Wasn't the whole thing a dig at Republicans? A little bit.
Oh,
but
there
like,
we go. Look at that. That's a...
He didn't really commit to it. You know what I mean? Because he was also like making George Floyd jokes, which were like digs at like, you know, people who care about George Floyd. Right? And so it didn't feel like the jokes were like at Republicans' expense, if that makes sense.
I'm talking about. Bam!
Hey.
First vlog in a very, very, very long time. This is, no, you're in it too. Don't try to hide.
Why is he wearing gloves? Okay, actually, this tells me a lot more than I thought I needed to know about this person.
I'm trying to put you in the center.
This is my friend Livian. I have no idea what we're gonna do with this video yet, but I know that this video marks the very first journal entry of something very phenomenal. Something that's about to happen. I honestly don't even know which of the 15.
What are you, 90?
YouTube channels I'm going to put this on. But in the case that I actually decided to upload this to the Z-Flow YouTube channel, for those of you that are consistently, God damn, we going to the gym, right? So for those of you,
okay, so he's going to the gym.
Yeah, she was. So for those of you that have been
line, okay, now that's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. I didn't do that. That was all T Streets. All right. That's crazy.
Wondering when another People song is coming out.
You know he's bald.
You think I'm done with offensive humor or hilariously offensive songs? You're absolutely mistaken. I'm done with stereotype songs. I am not done with hilariously offensive songs. YouTube basically demonetizes me every time. Not only do they demonetize me, because I'm doing stereotypes, they put me in this block where they can take down my video and they give me a strike. So instead of having 2 strikes, as I've had 2 videos taken down, the black and the white, they gave me a warning and a strike. So before they could give
Whoa. Which video did he get a strike for? And which video did he get a warning for? Now I'm curious. Now I want to know. Which video did he get a strike for?
Me the 2nd and 3rd strike. Everybody knows once you get your 3rd strike, it's completely like your channel is gone. Like you have no more YouTube channel, no more anything. Once you get your 3rd strike, that's what happens. So it's just to prevent them from potentially doing that, I just took down the rest of the songs myself, the rest of the video, so I wouldn't get any more strikes. And I started working on this show called East Park, which kind of takes my sense of humor. I don't know what YouTube's problem is. Maybe they take my shit too seriously. I don't know. And for people who are asking, you know, like what the purpose of the songs are, it's kind of like taking the shoe and putting it on the other foot kind of thing. You listen to your song and you're offended, but then you listen to other people's songs and, you know, they're offended, but you're laughing. And you're like, it's kind of helping people to kind of see like, you know, this is why this is offensive, but it's all satire. These stereotypes, I didn't make these up. These are stereotypes that have been around for decades. Like I literally had to Google search online before I put any of these, like to come up with the lyrics for the song, I had to Google stereotypes for each race to put up. For the most part, some stereotypes are already
He's Kendrick. That's funny.
known, but then like the majority of them had to look up. But anyway,
that just reminds me a lot of this song.
With all due respect, I don't have pity for you black niggas. That's the way I feel.
It reminds me of this song a lot.
Black lives matter. All the black guys rather be deadbeats than pay your bills. Yelling nigga this and nigga that. Call everybody nigga and get a nigga mad. As soon as I say nigga, then everyone react and wanna swing at me and call me racist cause I ain't black. We'll pound that then. Talking about slavery like you was around back then. Like you was picking cotton off the fucking ground back then. Like you was on the plantation getting down back then.
Cause this, and like the white and black people songs, both have this message, which is like baby's first racism message. You know what I mean? It's 2014. We're all the same. We can laugh at each other's expense, but we're both human, right? And this song does the exact same thing. Basically, you're attacking the man for being ahead of his time. That's so funny. Baby's first racism. Put that on a t-shirt. And then sell it from sweatshops. You were right, Tuxedo Friday. Tuxedo Friday said that he supports sweatshops.
Look, I see a black man aiming his gun, but I'd rather see a black man claiming his son. And I don't mean just for one day and you done. I mean, you still trapped in a rut. And I work my ass off and pay my taxes for what? So you can keep living off free government assistance, food stamps for your children, but you still trying to sell them for some weed and some liquor.
Okay, we're done with this. Anyway, we got pretty far and deep into this rabbit hole. But yeah, I was gonna die. Can we skip this? We're done. We're done. I'm saving you. I actually like this. That's very funny. I mean, you can enjoy it if you want to, but like the message is just kind of not great. I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just not good. Baby's first politic indeed. Here, we could end with the greatest song known to man from the black rapper, artist himself, Bryson Gray. Wait, not yet, because I'm not done talking yet. Anyway, someone asked a question I wanted to talk or answer. How do we end up here? Oh, we started talking about, I don't know, actually. We were talking about black people in the streaming space, and then we just kind of like jumped to the black people. Oh, I remember. I started singing the black people song. That's what it was. I started singing the black people song. And then I was like, have y'all never heard of this? Bryson's from Greensboro, North Carolina. No, he's not. Why would you lie to me like this? No, he's not. He's not from my state. Anyway, streaming. I stand by what I said. The landscape is kind of difficult to grow in. But who knows? Honestly, I yapped for a while about being a small streamer, this and that, da 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 da. I don't care about none of that. I just want to be invited to cool events. All right, I'll say it. I'll say it. I'll say it. I don't care about none of that. I just want to be invited to cool events. That is all. That is it. Pick Hassan's space. Yeah, I think people would love me to be in Hassan's space directly. Try the RNC. My birthday's always a cool event. I'm not going to your birthday. Well, it depends on what it is. Look it up. It blows. Oh, you're on the triad. Disgusting. Disgusting. Anyway, hosting a bingo night when it come? No, thank you. We yapped for a while. Honestly, this was probably better because do you all really want to talk about like this guy more? Do you really want to talk about this guy? John Kirby and him like explaining away. Oh, you guys can't even see him. This guy. I think not. Right? We listened to 20 minutes of him saying why Palestinians deserve to die, why he's totally fine with that. What's tomorrow's Creators for Palestine stream like? I don't know. I'm not invited. I'm just kidding. It's in LA. I'm not in LA, so I won't be a part of it. It's going to be on a San stream, I believe. There are going to be a bunch of creators doing a bunch of stuff, raising money. I'm not in LA, so I cannot and will not be a part of it. Victoria will be there though, so I'll be in chat. Oh, it's in person? It is in person. Did you get invited and not turn up after all the time complaining about not being invited? It's in LA. And I'm going to LA next week. It doesn't make sense for me to go to LA, come back, and then go back to LA a week later. You think I'm made of money? You think I'm like a Mr. Moneybags here, Scrooge McDuck? Tell them to wait. Yeah, let me just tell them to wait. Yeah, totally. You're a top point. Actually, get it right. I'm top 0.08% of Twitch. Get that right. Get my numbers up. Get my number correct. Top 0.08 on Twitch. Go to LA now and crash at Hassan's house? Yeah, let me just crash at Hassan's house. You're gonna have anybody at least say it right? I said it correctly. Kaya will let you in. Yeah, Kaya knows how to open doors for sure. Anyway. Here's what I'll say. I have to go on Maya's stream at some point. I'm going to go soon. Maybe like in a couple of months or so. Maya be busy apparently. Unless Maya's like, you're too much of a brand risk. In which case, honestly, I respect that. But hey, if I probably won't be able to say if she says that, but like if I like give you like 2 winks, just know. You know? That's what it is. I'm too political. But you can't go to Texas? Not right now. I'm going to LA in a week. But it doesn't make any sense to fly into LA. It's also too late. Because I hop on a flight literally like in an hour or so. I fly to LA for like a day. I fly back to North Carolina. And I fly back to LA in like a week. You know what I mean? Huh. Anyway. I had nothing else to add. Any final questions, chat? In C? I've been in C. I am in North Carolina as well. This is where I am based. You want my address? Was he versus win? The game sucks. Sorry, that was very mean. I shouldn't have said that. It looks like it's not great. Should I do way that I dance? Should I do way that I move? All right, chat. What's your IP? I was gonna make a joke, but I probably can't say that as a joke either. Anyway, I don't even know the score. We're gonna raise the pause. Yeah, don't do that as a joke. Twitch will ban you, even if it's not a real IP. All right, chat. Adios. You guys away. Bye, chat. I'm gonna go play some Valorant. Oh, my teeth look white here. She let it clap? She throw it back? Billie Jean. Christian Dior. The store. When it rains, it pours.